And as a reminder, we have a test coming up. So our tentative schedule in our Google Drive. So first off, you guys got a cram course this Saturday. Lane will send you Jane's Zoom link on Friday. So you can be on the lookout for that email on Friday. If you don't get that email with Jane's Zoom link by like the time you're ready to eat dinner Friday night, please reach out to Lane or I. She's probably going to send it in the morning, but I just don't want you guys scrambling around at 8:59 on the 12th trying to figure out how to get in. So everybody good with that? If you don't get the link, just reach out to us Friday, late afternoon, evening, something like that. We'll be happy to get it to you. Your exam, the exam will be available starting next Tuesday and it will go through Wednesday. So you get almost a 2-day window there. And at any time during that 2-day window, when you're ready, then you'll go take your exam. So we're going to talk more about that process, but I'm going to wait till Thursday. I'm going to wait till the last thing that we talk about is that process, how you access, when you access, that kind of thing. Is everybody good with that? I want it to be fresh on y'all's brains. Just know you got somewhere between the 15th and the 16th, you got a test. And then, of course, if you're eligible for the retake, that's the 22nd, the 23rd. And again, we're talking about all of that on Thursday. That's going to be how we wrap things up. The cram course, I don't think she'll record it, but there is a recording. So I can send you guys that recording. I'd rather do it after the cram course. So I'll send it to you guys on Saturday. How's that sound? And then you'll have it. If you miss it, whatever, then you'll have it. But obviously the preferred thing to do would be to go there. So you can be live, you can ask Jane questions, you can be part of the class. But I also understand it's a Saturday morning and we may have other things going on. Anybody work on the weekends? So you may have that. So thank you. Good morning. So yeah, that's where we are this week, you guys. It's hard to believe, isn't it? And you're gonna hear me say this a couple times so it doesn't hurt. Remember that when we are done on Thursday, you need to keep going. You got to keep going until you get through that end of class exam. You need to keep going until you get through that state exam and get your real estate license. So we may be done, but you are not. And guys, I'm available after Thursday. I'm available until the day you get your license. As a matter of fact, when you pass that exam, y'all know why I do what I do? Because I get a text from you guys saying, Julie, today I passed my real estate exam and I celebrate with you. So definitely want to hear your journey after we leave each other on Thursday. I just heard from a girl the other day. I just took my class sometime last year. She's like, guess what I did today? I passed. I said, it was her timing. It was it was when it was meant to be for her. So you all got your own time frames, your own agendas, your own, so just keep all those goals, if you will, in mind as we're wrapping this up. Any questions or comments about anything before we get started? Okay. So here we are in the throes of prorations. We started talking about prorations last week, and specifically, we're just focusing right now on taxes because taxes kind of allows us to see that annual timeline. So this is where we left each other. Remind me why that September 1st date is important. Why is September 1st important?
It's when taxes are due.
It's when the bill comes out. It's when taxes are due. So if you have a closing before September 1st, have taxes been paid? Yeah, everybody shake your head no. If the closing is before September 1st, there's no way taxes could have been paid because the bill hadn't even come out yet. We haven't got the bill yet. Guys, hear me. If closing is before September 1st, the problem may or may not tell you that it's unpaid. That's why I'm hitting that September 1st date pretty hard. So is everybody good with it? If we go to closing in April or May or July, the problem may not tell you that taxes are unpaid, but we know that they're not paid, right? Because the bill hasn't come out. So the scenario, the proration scenario that we looked at last week, just a quick refresher, you guys already have this, but just a quick refresher. The scenario that we looked at last week, we talked about closing being before September 1st and taxes are unpaid, and we drew the timeline, and we're going to do all that again with our other scenarios. But if taxes are unpaid, what that means is at some point later in the year, the buyer will be responsible for paying the whole year. Remember, the whole idea of settlement is to settle things or finalize everything between the buyer and the seller. So if we go to closing on April 8th, taxes are unpaid, it's going to show up. It's a double entry meaning it shows up on the CD twice. And the two entries, it's going to be a debit to the seller, credit to the buyer. And if we need to word that another way, closing before September 1st, taxes are unpaid. The seller owes the buyer for their portion of taxes. So whatever period of time the seller lit or owned the property, debit the seller, credit the buyer. So real quick refresh of where we left. We got a few other scenarios to run through. So we talked about what happens if taxes are paid. I'm sorry, if closing is before September 1st, taxes are unpaid. We could have two possibilities. If closing is after September 1st, taxes are either paid or unpaid. The problem has to tell you. Did everybody just hear me? The problem has to tell you if closing is after September 1st, they have to tell you if taxes are paid or unpaid. I'm a big fan of the pictures. So if we have a closing, let's see, here's our annual timeline. Remember, in pre-licensing world, every month has 30 days. And we're dealing with 360-day years. So every single month in pre-licensing world has 30 days. 30 times 12 is 360. So we know closing is after September 1st. Let's go to closing on September 25th. Seller owns a property the front part of the year. The buyer owns a property the latter part of the year. Don't touch a calculator. Who has the bigger responsibility in taxes this year? Who's going to owe the most money in taxes this year? I can see your mouths move. Yeah, the seller. I didn't even have to touch a calculator, did I? All I had to do was draw that out, and I can see who has the bigger responsibility. Again, if you can eliminate an answer choice just before, just by looking at it, just by thinking it through, you've upped your chances of getting it right. So I do encourage you guys to draw it out so you can see it. The problem tells us that taxes have been paid. So the seller got on it, didn't they? And the seller paid taxes already for the year. And then we go to closing on September 25th. Once you draw it out, once we see this, and I know you guys can see it on the screen now, but hear me out. Once we draw the timeline and we see that taxes have been paid, that means the seller has paid taxes for the entire year. So the question you need to ask yourself, if you haven't written this down yet, please do so. The question you need to ask yourself is, who owes who? So taxes have been paid, which means the seller has paid the bill for the whole year. So the question on the table is, who owes who? Yeah. And if the seller's paid for the whole year, the seller doesn't own the property for the whole year. Isn't the seller going, whoa, 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 somebody owes me some money. I paid for somebody else's taxes and I want to be reimbursed. And who's the only party that can reimburse them? The buyer. So in this case, the buyer owes the seller CD verbiage. That's going to shake out as a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller. That's how we say the buyer owes the seller. It's money that the buyer has to bring to closing, and it's money that will come in on behalf of the seller at closing. When you're counting days on the timeline, the party that you want to count is the party with the debit. So remember when we did taxes were unpaid and we counted the seller's days. We had 30 days in January, 30 days in February, 30 days in March, and however many days in April. So now that we have a debit the buyer, the party that we want to count the days for is the party with the debit, because that's their responsibility. That's what they owe. Now, who can remind me? I'm going to closing on September 25th. Who's paying taxes on September 25th? Who pays taxes on the day of settlement? See any mouths move? You guys ever shout at me? Does your family wonder what we're doing in here? In North Carolina, we consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. When we prorate, the seller is responsible for the day of closing. So the seller is going to pay taxes on the 25th, which means the buyer's responsibility starts tomorrow and goes through the end of the year. When you count forward on the timeline, it's really easy to get your days wrong. And y'all, those answer choices, you're not going to miss a question by rounding. The answer choices aren't that close, but you could miss it if you didn't count your days right. So I have a highly sophisticated method to make sure that we get our number of days right when you're counting forward on the timeline. Everybody ready for me to blow your mind? I think counting forward, you should count those days out on your fingers. And we're actually going to count. The buyer has the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. So there's 5 days left in September, plus October, November, December. It's really, really easy to look at September 26th and say there's 4 days left in this month. But if you did that, you just missed the whole problem, not because you don't know what you're doing, but because you didn't count right. So take the time and count it out. And let me tell y'all, these things work great, especially in the heat of the test. You can use your fingers, they can't take them away from you. So we counted the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, 29th, and the 30th. And then we got October, November, and December. So that gives me a total of 95 days that the buyer owes the seller. Questions on how I got 95 days? Let's pretend our annual tax bill is $1,100 for these cases. So I got $1,100, my annual tax bill, and I need to break that down to daily. So we take our annual tax bill, I divide it by 360. How many days are in the year in pre-licensing world? And when I take 1,100 divided by 360, I get daily taxes of 0.3056. Now that I know how much taxes are every day, we've already figured out that the buyer owes the seller for 95 days. So 3.056 times 95 means we are going to have 2 entries on our closing disclosure. Debit the buyer, credit the seller, $290.32. The buyer is paying the seller for their portion of the taxes, the period of time of the year that they owned the property. So taxes pay, or excuse me, closing after September 1st, taxes have been paid. That's the key word there. After September 1st, taxes have been paid. It's going to shake out as a debit the buyer, credit the seller. The buyer owes the seller for their portion of the taxes. Questions?
Hi, Julie. I just get confused of how, like with the debit to buy a credit. Like when do you know when the debit goes to the buyer or the credit goes to the seller? That's what.
Because we're asking ourselves who owes who.
Okay.
So if we look at this timeline, Ebony, and we're saying here in this case is that the seller's paid the whole year. The seller has paid the whole year. Put your seller hat on. You've paid the whole year. Don't you want some money from somebody? And the only person you can collect from is the buyer. So we would do, and that's why I like the timeline. And then stop. I know you guys, look, we get in a hurry and we want to get through this test as fast as we possibly can, right? Take a few minutes and think and breathe and ask yourself, actually ask yourself who owes who. Okay. Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Give that another minute and then we'll talk about it. Let's see what we got here. What do we do first? Just read. Just read. A buyer is purchasing a property for 180,000 with an assessed value of 90%. Tax rate is 16 mils. Closing is September 3rd. What is the tax proration if the seller paid the annual tax bill? Whenever I see the word prorate, I don't look at anything else. You know what I do first? I draw my picture. So again, I'm looking at an annual tax bill. And what separates the year is, in this case, September 3rd, the day we go to closing. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. Seller has paid the taxes for the whole year. The taxes have been paid. So now the question is, who owes who? Taxes have been paid. Anybody want to venture a guess?
The buyer owes the seller.
The buyer owes the seller, which in CD verbiage shakes out to a debit the buyer, credit the seller. So check it out, y'all. I haven't even touched the calculator, but I can tell you, A's not right, B's not right. Questions so far? Now we can work on our math. So back to the problem. I got a purchase price for 180,000 with assessed value of 90%. So we're first off going to take that purchase price or that property, and we're going to figure out 90% of that because that is our tax value. So 90% of the purchase price is our assessed value. Let's throw our T-bar over here. So I have 162,000 as the assessed value for my T-bar. And then for my tax rate, I have 16 mils. Remember, in North Carolina, ad valorem is per 100. Other states might use a mil. A mil is 1/1000th. So ad valorem is per 100. A mil is per 1,000. So I have 16 mils. How do I get the tax rate? I divide it by 1,000. So 16 divided by 1,000 gives me a rate of 0.016. The back fourth line on the T-bar means multiply. So I take my assessed value of 162 times my mill rate, my tax rate of 0.016, and I get annual taxes of 25.92. Questions on how I got the annual tax bill? Now that we have annual, we can take that annual bill, divide it by 360 to get daily. If taxes are $2,592 this year, divide by 360, it tells me, goodness, that taxes are $7.20 every single day this year. $7.20 daily taxes. Now we got to figure out how much. The party with the debit are the ones whose days we're going to count because they're the ones that owe. That's their portion. That's their responsibility. So we've already decided the party with the debit is the buyer. The buyer's responsibility starts tomorrow and goes through the rest of the year. Got a lot of counting to do here, right? But y'all trust me, it's worth taking the time to count it out. So we're going to start counting on the 4th. The seller paid that $7.20 on September 3rd. The buyer starts paying taxes tomorrow. When we woke up this morning, the day of closing, the seller still owned the property. So they get to pay for today's taxes. So the buyer's responsibility starts tomorrow on the 4th. And we can count. I got the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. So I got 27 days left in September, 30 in October, 30 in November, and 30 in December. And when I count up my days, we learned that the buyer owes the seller for 117 days. I know my daily taxes are $7.20. I know the buyer owes the seller for 117 days. So when we add that up, I get, or multiply that, I get $842.40. And if we round, we're going to see that the answer that we're looking for, the buyer owes the seller $842. Or D. Questions?
Where back to the 16 divided by 1,000. Where did the 16 come from? That's where I got lost.
It's right here in the problem. So
okay.
The problem's got to tell you the information you need.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. That's why you say read. Okay, thank you, Julie.
That's exactly why I say that. Breathe and read. I promise you, the information you need to solve the problem will be there. I guarantee it. Whew, that's a big word, isn't it? But what you need. Yep. Anything else? There's a lot going on with these, isn't it? But guys, remember what we said. We're getting ready to see these in our mini CD. But remember, you might also have a standalone proration problem. So learning to prorate could get you 2 out of the 7 math. You with me? It could help. It could really be a big chunk of your math if you see that standalone proration problem. Okay, so this is closings after September 1st and taxes have been paid. Everybody have a note of that? Closing after September 1st, taxes have been paid. We're going to do a debit the buyer, credit the seller, or if I can word that a different way, the buyer owes the seller. They're reimbursing the seller. The other thing that could happen if closing is after September 1st, after September 1st, taxes are unpaid. So after September 1st, you got 2 options. Taxes are either paid or unpaid. And yes, the problem has to tell you, if closing is after September 1st, the problem has to specify that taxes are paid or unpaid. And if we go to closing after September 1st and the taxes are unpaid, we're not going to do a true proration. Instead, we're going to do a double debit, in which each party is going to pay their own share of taxes. The attorney collects the seller's portion of taxes. The attorney collects the buyer's portion of taxes. And then the attorney pays the tax bill on behalf of the parties. So closing after September 1st, taxes are unpaid. The attorney's going to handle that. And we're going to do a double debit. So again, the first thing we do is just visualize it. Look at our picture. So again, looking at that annual tax bill. Let's go to closing now on, let's go right before Thanksgiving. So we'll go to closing on like November 20th, we'll say. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. Now we don't have to ask ourselves who owes who, because now we know that each party's going to pay their own share, their fair share of taxes. The scenario, the example we've been running is taxes are $1,100 for the year. I divide by 360 to get daily taxes of 3.056 for our examples. When it comes to figuring out double debit, I find it easier, and you guys may do whatever's easiest for you, but I find it easiest to calculate the person with the shortest amount of time first. So I find it easiest just to start with the buyer. The seller's paying taxes on the 20th, which means the buyer's responsibility starts on the 21st. So you got the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30. There's 10 days left. The buyer's responsibility is the day after closing to the end of the year. So that's 10 days in November, 30 days in December. So of the whole year, the buyer's going to pay 40 days in taxes. Their responsibility starts the day after closing and goes through the end of the year. Questions on the days? So we know taxes are $3.56 every day, or 0.056. We know the buyer has 40 days of those. So we know the buyer's responsibility is $122.24. Now, at this point, you could count out the seller's day. You could say there's 30 days in January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, plus 20 days in November, whatever works for you. Or we could take the annual tax bill of $1,100 minus what we've already calculated for the buyer, because we know that whatever's left, the seller will be responsible for. So the seller's responsibility for taxes will be $977.76. Debit the seller. Yes, ma'am, Ebony.
I don't know, maybe it's just me. The 1,100 is coming from I guess November.
That's a number we made up for this example.
Oh,
We
okay.
gave you that for this example.
Okay.
The problem's going to have to give you taxes or teach
Okay,
us,
it's
give
fine.
you the information you need to solve
That
the
stuff
problem.
throws me off.
But this is just me and you talking for our example right now.
Okay.
Just so we can see how that shakes out. Debit the seller, debit the buyer. A double debit is what it's called. Double debit tells us everything we need to know, right? Double debit says how many debits are we going to have? 2. And I only have 2 parties. So each party's paying their own share. And then the attorney is going to pay the bill on behalf of the property, behalf of the taxes. Does the tax department care where the check comes from? Not even. All they want is the tax bill for this property. So nobody's paying anybody in this case. Closing's after September 1st, and taxes are unpaid. We're going to do a double debit. Questions? Can I erase? All right. Y'all know what's coming up next. Tell me in the chat. A, B, C, or D. Another minute and then we'll talk about it. let's see. I got a buyer purchasing a property for 335,000 with an assessed value of 85%. Tax rate is 13 mils. Closing is October 27th. What is the tax proration entry if taxes have not been paid by the seller and the attorney will pay the bill at closing? So again, don't touch your calculator just yet. I think we're so quick to grab our calculators. And what I'm encouraging you to do is just think it through. So I got my annual timeline. I got closing on October 27th. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. Who has the bigger responsibility this year? Who is going to owe more in taxes? The seller. So right out the gate, can't we eliminate C and D? Right out the gate. Everybody with me? Everybody good on that? Even if you don't want to ever touch a calculator, draw the picture and think about this, and you got a 50% chance of getting this one right now, just like that. Now, for those of us that do want to touch the calculator, let's go into our problem. And I once again have to find the annual tax bill. I know the purchase price is $335. Assessed value is 85% of the purchase price. So I take my purchase price, 335 times 85%, and I get a tax assessed value of 284,750. So we got our tax assessed value, 85% of the purchase price, 284,750. This problem has 13 mils. Mil is a thousandths. So we take the mil rate, or the mils, excuse me, and divide it by 1,000 to get a tax rate of 0.013. And that's the other number I need to complete my T-bar. So first step is to find annual taxes. Questions on how I got here? Up, down line in the T-bar means multiply. So I take 284,750 times 0.013, which gives me annual taxes of $3,701.75. So we got an annual tax bill of $3,701.75. I got to take that annual and break it down to daily. So 3701.75 divided by 360 gives me, goodness, daily taxes of $10, 10.283. That should be an equal sign right here. So I got an annual tax bill of $10, 10.283. Again, when we're doing double debits, we determine it's a double debit. One, we can look at the answer choices. But two, we know that closing is after September 1st and taxes have not been paid, which means nobody owes anybody some money. And the attorney's going to say, look, they're due by the end of the year, right? Remember, if they're not paid by January 5th next year, then they start accruing interest. The attorney knows people are moving, they're busy, they got a lot going on. So let me handle this for you. On your behalf, let me collect from both of you and pay that tax bill for you. And when I'm doing this, for me, I like to start with the party that has the less amount of time, which in this case is going to be the buyer. So the buyer owns a property beginning tomorrow on October 28, 29, and 30. Can everybody see how easy it is to look at that and see 2 days? Please take a second and count it out. There's 3 days left in October, 30 days in November, and 30 days in December. for a total of 63 days that the buyer owns the property. We know taxes are 10.283. We know the buyer has 63 days. So I take my daily taxes, 247.80 is the debit the buyer. We really didn't have to go any further, did we? If we wanted to take it a step further, we would take that annual bill, 3701.75 minus what we just figured for the buyer, and the balance, the difference, is going to be the seller's responsibility. Debit the seller. So if we wanted to finish that through, either way, we see that the buyer owes $648 for their portion of the taxes. The seller owes $3,054 for their portion. The attorney will pay the entire bill on behalf of both parties. And taxes for the year will be taken care of. Double debit. Questions? Again, you will see proration. We're going to see it in just a minute when we figure out how much your buyer has to bring to closing, and you very well might have a standalone problem. Lesson learned. Slow down. Slow down. Yep. And to be fair, you guys, if you count, I hadn't counted days, but if I were to count my days wrong, I'm pretty sure, I hadn't sat down and looked at it, but if I were a betting woman, I would say B is with 2 days left in October. Everybody with me? So you do 2 days in October, you're still going to get an answer, but you're going to get it wrong, not because you don't know what you're doing, but because you didn't count right. So keep it simple and count it out on your fingers. Fair enough? Can I erase? So we've been prorating taxes. Another thing that's going to get prorated is HOA dues. Now it works the same as taxes. HOA dues are either paid or unpaid. HOA dues can be monthly, they can be annually. So we need to really look at the problem. And if, for example, they're annual, we can do the same timeline that we just did for taxes. But if they're monthly, let's pretend we're going to go to closing in April. If we're monthly, we're looking at HOA dues, and our timeline is just going to be for the month. And what separates the timeline is, let's go to closing today. Seller still owns the front part of the year. The month. Buyer will own the latter part of the month. And you need to look at the problem. The problem will have to tell you HOA dues for the month of April have been paid or they are unpaid. And if HOA dues for the month of April have been paid, what that means is that the seller's already paid this month's HOA dues. So who owes who? Yep, the buyer owes the seller. So if HOA dues have been paid, in CD speak, it's going to be a debit the buyer, credit the seller. The buyer owes the seller. Now, sometimes sellers will say on April 1st, when HOA dues are due the first of the month, and sometimes on April 1st, the seller might say, I'm getting ready to sell this house in 8 days. I'm not going to pay taxes. So in that case, when we go to closing on the 8th, HOA dues may be unpaid. And so the attorney is going to collect from both parties. They will collect 8 days from the seller. They will collect 22 days from the buyer, and it'll be a double debit. So we still count it out the same. We calculate it the same. Just know you might have a monthly timeline as opposed to an annual timeline. And if we were to make stuff up on the fly, let's say monthly HOA dues are $450. There's 30 days in the month. So monthly dues of $450 divided by 30 says our daily dues, did that work out? Will be $15. You got to divide by the number of days that we're talking about. Is it monthly or is it annual? Because these are pretty much the same thing, I don't have any extra practice problems for HOA dues because we've been through the prorated taxes. But we'll see some more examples. You guys have some in your book, and of course you have practice and learn, test, pass. The thing I want to point out is you need to pay attention to the problem. Are they monthly dues or annual dues? And have the dues been paid or not? And that'll help us determine, do we do a debit the buyer, credit the seller? In other words, does the buyer owe the seller? Or if they're unpaid, we do a double debit. So that if it's a double debit, the attorney will collect from both parties, and then the attorney will send one check into the HOA for this month's dues. Questions on HOA dues?
I do, Julie. So HOA dues are due monthly, like so.
Or the problem has to tell you.
Okay, so all right.
So
Thank
they're going to
you.
say HOA dues are monthly or annually. They could even throw quarterly out there at you. I would doubt it, but quarterly, right? Because all HOAs are different. All HOA dues are paid differently. So if it's quarterly, you're dealing with a timeline of 90 days. January, February, March, 90 days. That's what we need to pay attention to with HOA dues. Monthly, annual, and have they been paid or unpaid? The other proration we have to talk about is rent, but we will talk about rent in 10. Let's take a break. back. I'm going to take attendance. We've talked about prorating rent. We've talked about prorating HOA dues. The other shared expense that buyer and seller, the other shared expense that buyer and seller might have could be rent. For our purposes, rent's going to be due and payable on the first of the month, unless you're told otherwise. Everybody listen to me. You always do what the problem tells you. Head bobs, everybody just heard me. Y'all love to argue with a problem. Y'all can argue with a problem like it's nobody's business, can't you? You've got to do what the problem tells you. So unless we're told otherwise, rent is due and payable on the first of the month, which means, again, if we draw it out, anytime I prorate, I just draw it out. So again, let's go to closing today. We're dealing with monthly rent. And what separates our monthly timeline is the day of closing. So the seller owns the property the first part of the month, the buyer owns the property the latter part of the month. The seller has already collected rent. Today, the tenant belongs to the seller. Tomorrow, the tenant belongs to the buyer or the new owner. So the seller's going to keep today's rent. If the seller has already collected the whole month's rent, the question is, who owes who? Seeing some mouths move. And what I'm seeing is that the seller owes the buyer for when the buyer owns the property. So that starts tomorrow and goes through the end of the month. Today, the tenant is the seller's. Tomorrow, the tenant is the new owner. So the seller is going to reimburse the buyer. They're going to give them, not reimburse them, they're going to give them their rent for the rest of the month, however many days that shakes out to be. And again, the proration is the same. The problem will have to give you monthly rent. And we know what we're going to see with rent is a debit the seller, credit the buyer. I think the trick to this is remembering that the seller's responsible for the day of closing, which means the seller gets to keep today's rent. Questions on rent? Same thing if you're, let's say monthly rent, we're making numbers up again. Say monthly rent is $1,400. We divide by 30 to get annual rent. I'm sorry, daily rent. So monthly rent is $1,400. I divide by 30 to get daily rent. The other thing that you guys need to look out for these in the problem, if you see it, duplex, triplex, quadplex. If it's a quadplex, how many times are you collecting rent? You're collecting from 4 different units, right? Triplex is 3, a duplex. So you need to look out for those, letting you know how many units the seller's collecting rent from. Questions on rent? And again, you guys got some examples. I mean, prorating is prorating. It's just a matter if you're talking about taxes, rent, or HOA dues. Can I erase? Another type of math, we're done with proration for the moment. And another type of math, let's kind of get back to normal for a few slides here. Another type of math you're going to see is something called interim interest. Interim interest is not a proration. I think this is the #1 problem topic with interim interest, is we want to try to prorate it. Remember, a proration is a shared expense between the buyer and the seller. Interim interest is money that the buyer owes their lender. Think of interim interest as the buyer getting caught up on their interest payment. So what do I mean by that? Once again, with interim interest, we can draw out a picture. So if we go to closing, let's go to closing a little bit later in the month, so we don't have all these days to count. Let's go to closing on April 26th. Whenever you originate a new loan, you do not have a mortgage payment the next month. So if we're going to closing on April 26th, the buyer does not have a mortgage payment on May 1st. Their first mortgage payment would be June 1st. The way I always remember it, whenever you originate a new loan, you skip the first. Skip the first. Mortgage is due and payable on the first of every month. So we're going to skip the first. The reason we skip that first month, the reason your buyer doesn't have a payment on May 1st. Remember, you guys, remember our PITI? Remember our debt service? That monthly payment, that monthly debt service is the same every single month. And if your buyer had a mortgage payment due on May 5th, interest is always, May 1st, interest is always charged in arrears. Where's your rear end? Everybody look with me. Where's your rear end? It is behind you. So if interest is charged in arrears, when you make that payment on May 1st, you're paying the whole month of April interest. Did you own the property the whole month of April? Is it fair for you to pay interest the whole month of April? So the reason they skip the first, because when you make that payment on June 1st, interest is charged in arrears, which means you're paying May's interest. Interest is charged in arrears. Put your lender hat back on for a second. You are originating a new loan on the 26th, April 26th. When do you want to start collecting interest as the lender? Today. Do you want to wait until the end of the month? Do you want to wait until May 1st? No, put your lender hat on. When do you want to start getting your money back? Today. So all interim interest is the borrower getting caught up on their interest payment. And because this is not a proration, this is between the buyer and their lender, the buyer will pay their own interest today through the rest of the month. Interim interest is always from the day of closing to the last day of that month. Never ever go into the next month. Because if you've done that, you've just charged your buyer double interest. So interim interest, getting them caught up on their interest payment. Interim interest is always from the day of closing to the last day of that month. Again, I'm counting forward on the timeline. So we're going to use our fingers, and I'm going to charge the buyer for the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. The buyer's going to pay 5 days of interim interest, so they are caught up on the interest that they owe their lender. Questions so far? So again, for our purposes, interest is due and payable the first of the month. except for when you originate a new loan. Anytime you originate a new loan, we skip the first. You make that first payment, in this case on June 1st, making that payment pays May's interest because interest is charged in arrears. I got a great picture I'll have to show you in a second. Interest is charged in arrears. So now we have the number of days that the buyer owes the lender. So now we got to figure out how much. Back in Unit 6, we learned this formula. So the good news is we've seen this. And to figure out how much, we're going to take the balance, which on the day of closing is the loan amount. The balance times the interest rate gives us annual interest. So on the day of closing, the balance is the loan amount. The problem will have to give you the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. We need to take annual interest and break it down into daily. So we take interest. So we take our annual interest and divide it by 360 to get daily interest. Now that we have how much is interest every day, we can times that by 5, and that'll show up as a debit to the buyer. It's money that they owe their lender. Guys, hear me. This is a problem topic. Lots of times you don't want the buyer to start paying until tomorrow. But you guys, this isn't a proration. We only consider the seller responsible for the day of closing when we're prorating. Otherwise, both parties are responsible for their own charges on the day of closing. The seller has nothing to do with the buyer's lender. This is all between the buyer and their lender. And again, with our lender hats on, you brought me a loan amount, I don't know, $450,000 today, so I could buy my house. When do you want to start collecting interest? Do you want to wait till tomorrow? Through the eyes of the lender? No, you want to start collecting interest today. So interim interest, all it is the buyer getting caught up on their interest payment. Interim interest is always from the day of closing to the last day of that month. The buyer's first payment will be due on June 1st. Question? We're going to do one together in just a second, of
You're
course.
just
And then
looking for that first 5 days, I'm sorry, and then
What was that?
you're just looking for the first, or for that 5-day gap. You're not looking for from May to June's interest yet. That will come out. Okay.
That's right. When that buyer makes their first payment in June,
May
that's
interest.
when they pay May's interest. You got it. Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
If you go past the month of closing, if you go into the next month, your buyer's now paying double interest. So it's always going to be, don't go into another month. Interim interest ends on the 30th of the month of closing. And interest, any time is always paid in arrears. And as a matter of fact, they just took that word and embedded it right in there for us. So if we always remember where our rear end is, we can remember when interest will be paid. Wasn't that a fantastic picture? Sorry you couldn't see that sooner. So interim interest, let's see. The month of April, closing is April 17th. First off, if closing is April 17th, when will, and you can, let's all tell me in the chat. Let's see that we're up and awake. Let's hear from everybody. April 17th is closing. My question to you in the chat is, when will your buyer's first mortgage payment be due? When will they pay their first mortgage payment? First time they're sending money into which first? The first time they're sending money into their lender, the first time they are paying their lender. So everybody, please listen to me. When you originate a new loan, you skip the first. So if we look at our timeline, we're going to closing on April 17th. And looking at the timeline allows me to see when that first is. I got April 17th, I got May 1st, and then I got June 1st. If we're skipping the first, when will your buyer's first mortgage payment be due? Everybody see that? Is everybody good with it? Your first payment will be due on June 1st because we skip the first. So we originate the loan on April 17th. Your buyer doesn't have a payment in May. Tell them they get a free month. This is good news. They just bought a daggum house. Tell them they get a free month. In reality, are they getting a free month? No, nothing's for free, is it? But at least they don't have to. They just bought a house, y'all. So at least they don't have to send the payment in this case, until June 1st. Skip the first. The payment is due on June 1st. Questions on that? So the steps to calculating interim interest. First, we got to figure out the number of days. So we're going to start counting the day of closing. Count it out on your fingers. We're going to start counting the day of closing, and we're going to count until the last day of that month of closing. Then we got to figure out our daily interest. We do so by taking the balance times the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives us annual interest. In pre-licensing world, we divide that annual interest by 360 to get daily interest. Now we have the number of days. We have our daily interest. We multiply those together, and that'll show up as a debit to the buyer at closing. It's money that they owe their lender, and all they're doing is getting themselves caught up on their interest payments. If you're originating a new loan, we got your steps written down. Figure out the days, figure out daily interest, and then take your daily interest times the number of days. And that'll give us our charge, debit the buyer at settlement. Again, interim interest problems, you might see a standalone interim interest problems. We're going to see it in our mini CD that we're heading towards, but you may also see a standalone problem. So this math that we're doing in 11 is, I mean, I can guarantee you'll see Unit 11 math on your exam, prorating interim interest, and we're heading to how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. When we're doing interim interest, when we're doing these mini CDs, the problem may not give you the loan amount. So we may have to be reminded of our loan to value ratio. How do we calculate the loan amount? We take the value times the ratio that we learned in Unit 6. The value times the ratio will give us the loan amount. So we're going to do one together. We're going to do an interim interest problem together. Then, of course, I have one for you guys to do, and then we'll see it again when we do the mini CD in just a bit. So let's see what we got. A buyer is purchasing a house for $180,000 with a conventional loan requiring 5% down. The interest rate is 5.5%. What is the interim interest charge if the closing date is August 27th? So the first thing I'm going to do is find my loan amount. So using my loan to value ratio, I know the value, problem tells me, is 180,000. If you're putting 5% down, what's the lender's ratio? Very good. If you're putting 5% down, remember in the loan to value ratio, the ratio is through the lender's eyes. So if you're bringing 5%, the lender's bringing 95%. What's the loan amount? It's through the lender's eyes. Up down line in the T-bar tells me to multiply. So 180,000 times 95% tells us that our loan amount is $171,000. Questions on how I got the loan amount first? While we're here, no wrong way to do this, but I'm going to say while we're here, let's take that, never mind. Let's take that loan amount, take the balance times the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. I have annual interest and I need to break it down to daily. And I break it down to daily by dividing by 360. So my annual interest is 9,405. I divide by 360 to get daily interest. The balance times the interest rate gives me the annual interest. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Annual interest divided by 360 gives me daily interest. Questions on how we got daily interest? Closing is August 27th. When will your buyer's first mortgage payment be due?
October 1st.
October 1st. We don't have a payment in September because we skip the first. So we're going to closing on the 27th. Your buyer's first mortgage payment will be due on October 1st. So with interim interest, we need to collect at settlement from the buyer what they owe the lender for interest. And to get themselves caught up, they're going to pay interest for August 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. They owe for 4 days. The 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. And now I have my daily interest times the number of days. And we're going to see a debit to the buyer for interim interest on the CD of $104.50. Interim interest, maybe this helps. Interim interest is sometimes referred to as prepaid interest. If interest is charged in arrears and you're paying it now, you're prepaying those 4 days to allow yourself to get caught up on your interest payment. So now when you make that first payment on October 1st, remember your monthly debt service is the same every single month, but we have to have a full month. So interim interest, we're just getting caught up. So what's our answer? Our answer then for this is going to be B. Debit the buyer $105 on the closing disclosure. Questions?
They're not this easy in Learn Test Pass.
We're just warming you up. We're just introducing you to it. You think they're going to be this easy on your test? I'm just warming you guys up. And Brittany, thank you for saying that, because how do we get good at it? Practice, practice, practice. I thought I had one for you guys to do, but I don't. So when I grab it at break and we come back, we will have one for you guys to do, one for you guys to practice. Fair enough. I don't know what happened to it, but I'll get it. So that'll give us the opportunity to kind of revisit interim interest. Everybody good? Can I erase? Questions on interim interest? So I'll grab that. Okay. So we talked about proration. A proration is a shared expense. Write that down again for me. A proration is a shared expense. Taxes, rent, HOA dues. By the way, our offer to purchase and contract even spells that out. So we have a paragraph in the contract talking about prorations and things that we might see prorated. So taxes, property taxes, or personal property taxes. If we're going to negotiate the car in the sale, if the buyer's going to buy the car, we got to prorate personal property taxes. So taxes, rent, and HOA dues. And then the other thing we just did, we're going to do when we get back from break, is interim interest. And what we're doing, you guys, we're warming ourselves up to be prepared for this, what I call a mini closing disclosure. And for your exams, you're going to have a question. It's going to give you some information. And the last sentence, the question is going to be, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? And so in order to answer that, we need to know what's a debit to the buyer, what's a credit to the buyer. How much does your buyer owe or is going to get for prorated taxes, interim interest, etc. Now, I know sometimes there's concerns. As we're going into this, I want you guys to always remember a couple things. There's good news and bad news. I'm not responsible for calculating for completing the closing disclosure. That's the job of the attorney. They fill in the closing disclosure, and quite frankly, their paralegal is probably going to do it. And the paralegal often has a template. And they put the numbers in and it beep, boop, boop, and it spits out a closing disclosure. So you and I are not responsible. Good news. We are not responsible for completing it. But guess what? I am responsible for verifying that it's accurate. I am responsible for making sure that my buyer is bringing the right amount to settlement and or my seller is getting the right amount. So we're not calculating them, but we are verifying them. And I know we've talked about, I think it's worth mentioning again, let's go back to old car. I got my reasonable skill, care, and diligence. I got my accounting. I got several pieces of old car that apply to closing disclosure math. At some point or another, you're gonna have to learn this because this is a big responsibility that we have to our buyers and sellers. Do y'all think buyers and sellers know how to calculate their CDs? No, once again, they're relying on us. Mistakes happen. The thinking is the more sets of eyes on it we have, the better chance for accuracy that we have. So part of my old card duties, responsibilities. And I'm only responsible for verifying what I can. I'm not responsible for the whole closing disclosure, but I can verify that what's on the sales contract, like the purchase price, due diligence, earnest money, seller pay, closing costs, I can verify that that is correct. I can verify that the taxes were prorated correctly, that interim interest was charged correctly. If we had any invoices, we can verify that those made it to the CD. Y'all gonna calculate, y'all gonna make sure your commission's right? Every single one of you shaking your head, yes. So let's treat our buyers and sellers numbers like we would our own commission. Makes sense, right? So what are we gonna see on the closing disclosure? Well, we could see double entry items telling us they're gonna show up twice. When we do a proration, debit one party, credit the other, that's a double entry item. For example. Then we could also see single entry items is just a chart, a debit or a credit to one party. Either debit or credit the seller or debit or credit the buyer. Those prorated items, there's double entry, those prorated items. And then we're also going to see there are things that are paid outside of closing. POC. POC, paid outside of closing, means they've already been paid, which means I'm not going to charge that party again. They've already paid it. So when you see those on your test questions, these POC things, they are a distractor. So we are going to review a problem. We're going to talk about the debit and credit entries. These things are going to be tested. But before we do that, we need to go to our Google Drive. And in our Google Drive is a handout I have for you guys called Buyers and Sellers, Debits and Credits. And it breaks down these single entry things, these double entry things, these paid outside of closing. I think this is a great worksheet for you guys to have while you're learning. No, you cannot have this with you for your exams. So this is like your formula. I'm giving you the formula to do these problems. So if we start looking at some of the buyers' single entry items, the buyer's credits, the loan amount on the day of settlement will be a credit to the buyer. The lender is bringing them that money on their behalf in order for them to buy the home. So today, the day of settlement, the loan amount is a credit. It's money coming in on the buyer's favor. The buyer will spend the next, for example, 30 years paying the lender back. Another thing that's going to be a credit to the buyer. Remember when we went under contract and we told your buyer, if you make it to closing, the earnest money deposit will be credited to you at closing? So credit the buyer the earnest money. And then we have the buyer's debits. All of their inspections, home, pest, radon, unless the problem tells you otherwise. In the real world, oftentimes the buyer's inspections, the buyer's closing costs are negotiated. The seller may agree to pay for some of that. But if the problem doesn't tell me otherwise, the buyer's going to be responsible for their own inspections. The buyer's going to have to pay for their first year of homeowner's insurance at settlement. Whenever you pay for your insurance, you're paying for services in advance. So you make your insurance payment today and your home is covered until April 7th, 2026. So when the buyer buys their home today, they're going to have to pay for the first year of homeowner's insurance. Buyer will pay all their lender fees. You can see down there, there's their origination fee, discount point, interim interest. Advance escrow deposits, we'll talk about that in a second. Anything related to the buyer's new loan, that relationship is between the lender and the buyer. So anything with the buyer's lenders will be a debit to the buyer. The buyer's going to pay to have their brand new deed recorded. They're also going to pay to have the lender's deed of trust recorded. If there's a survey, the buyer will pay that. The buyer hires the closing attorney, so the buyer gets to pay the closing attorney fees. And then title insurance. Again, 2 policies if a lender's involved, and the buyer gets to pay for both of those at settlement. So this is a nice, quick and easy breakdown of the buyer's single entry items. Credit the buyer or debit the buyer. For the seller, debit the seller commission. The seller typically pays commission unless the problem tells you otherwise. The seller pays to have the deed prepared. I need to make sure we see the difference here. The buyer pays to have the deed. That's not good. The buyer pays to have the deed recorded. The seller pays to have the deed prepared. I always think of it this way. When the attorney is getting the deed ready for closing, it's still the seller's deed. Seller's going to pay excise tax, the purchase price divided by 500. If the problem has it, again, just do what the problem tells you and only what the problem tells you. The seller's also going to have to pay off their existing loans and liens. If they're delinquent on their personal or real property taxes, if there's any current personal property taxes. And then once all those liens are paid off, the attorney's going to record those liens are paid off, and the seller gets to pay those recording liens because they're paying the deed release on their lien to show that that buyer's starting with a clean slate. The buyer's POC things. The appraisal is paid before closing. The appraiser's not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. So when you see appraisal, unless you're told otherwise, that's already been paid. Don't charge them again. And then also the credit report. The lender's going to have to pull a credit report. And again, they got to get paid ahead of time to do that. So you might see that, in which case that's a POC. And we need to know these POCs so we know that those are distractors. We know that we're not going to charge the buyer. Double entry items means something's happening twice. I got a sales price. Credit the seller, debit the buyer. The buyer owes the seller the sales price. That's the whole basis of our 17-page offer to purchase and contract, right? I'm going to give you the purchase price, and in exchange, you're going to give me your property. So it's going to be a credit the seller, debit the buyer. The due diligence fee is a double entry item. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. Again, remember what we told our buyers when we went under contract. If we make it to closing, the due diligence fee will be credited back to you. And then those prorated items, what we've talked about, I just broke it down for you here. And then the reminder, everybody heard me? Just do what the problem tells you guys. Well, Julie said that the seller keeps rent today. But y'all, if the problem tells you that the buyer is going to keep rent, I need you to do what the problem tells you. And this is a good exercise in us remembering that anything is negotiable. Could the buyer and the seller agree that the buyer is going to keep rent today? Anything is negotiable. So what we're looking at, this nice little handy dandy worksheet I have for you guys, are the typical, unless you're told otherwise. The other thing I have to say, I've already told you your problem's going to ask you how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. So in that case, why in the world are we talking about the seller? Because these are the distractions. I can almost promise you in some of these problems, you're going to see the deed prep, you're going to see the excise tax. They're putting them in there to distract you. So when we see deed preparation fee, what do we do with it? Nothing. It's a distraction. And that's why we're talking about the seller. So what I need you guys to focus on for these problems is the buyer. But again, I put the seller here so we know what's a distraction. I put the POC here so we know what the distraction is. Questions, comments on your handout, worksheet, whatever. It's in our Google Drive. I do think a common question I get, let's talk about our due diligence and our earnest money. I got my earnest money just as a single entry item being credited to the buyer. I got due diligence as a double entry item, which means both parties have something. Let's back up to when we went under contract. The buyer handed the seller a check for due diligence, but that earnest money's been hanging out in an escrow account. The seller never touches the earnest money. So the earnest money is a single entry, credit the buyer. The due diligence is a double entry, debit the seller, credit the buyer. We're just, with the due diligence, we're just reversing what we did when we went under contract. Remember when we went under contract, the buyer handed the seller a check? Now we're going to reverse that. Contract, it would have been a credit the seller, debit the buyer. Now we're just going to reverse that at closing. Okay. So again, this is in our Google Drive, buyer and seller debits and credits. I encourage you to look it over, use it while you're practicing. No, you can't use it for the test. But if you do enough of these, I think it makes sense, right? Doesn't it make sense? The buyer is charged for their inspections. The buyer is charged for their lender fees. If you do enough of these, a few of these, you don't have to do many, but just a few of these, it's just going to play out. It's just going to make sense. Questions? I know I'm a few minutes early for break, but I don't want to start something and then have to interrupt it. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back. You guys are going to do an interim interest problem, and then we are going to do a mini CD. So let's take 10. come back. I'm going to take attendance. Oh, Desiree, you are in. All right. Interim interest. Tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D. Another minute, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. Interim interest. I got a buyer purchasing a house for 425,000 with a conventional loan with 10% down. Interest rate is 4.25% with a factor of 4.92. What is the interim interest charge if the closing date is June 18th? No wrong way to tackle this. And sometimes we're doing just that, aren't we? We're just tackling it head on. I'm going to start with finding my loan amount, my loan to value ratio. I got a value of 425. And again, through the eyes of the lender, if your buyer's putting down 10%, what is the lender's ratio? The loan amount is going to be 90% of that. The lender, the loan to value ratio is through the eyes of the lender. Up, down line, and the T-bar tells me to multiply. So 425,000 times 90% gives me a loan amount of 382,500. So I chose to first find the loan amount. If we're going to closing on June 18th, we're going to be making, the buyer's going to be making interest payments from the day of closing to the last day of that month. We're never ever going into the next month. So we got a closing in June, which means there will not be a mortgage payment due in August. Nope, July. I got my months mixed up. That's the other thing too. You got to know your months, right? So there won't be a mortgage payment in July, which means their first payment will be August 1st. And when they make that first payment in August 1st, interest is in arrears. So that's when they pay July's interest. So what we need to figure out for interim interest is to get the borrower caught up on their interest payment. So we're looking at the day of closing to the last day of that month. And when we count it all out on our fingers, we're getting that the buyer owes their lender 13 days. Questions on that? Next, we're going to figure out daily interest. So how do we figure out daily interest? We take the loan amount, which on the day of settlement is, or the balance on the day of settlement is the loan amount. This is how much the lender's bringing. The balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Annual interest is $16,256. I need to break that down to daily. So annual interest divided by 360 gives me daily interest of $45 and 0.156 cents every day. We know how much our daily interest is. We know the buyer owes their lender for 13 days. And so we multiply that together. And I get, once I round just a little bit, I get, so there will be a debit to the buyer for interim interest for $587. By paying this at settlement, that means that the borrower, the buyer, is caught up on what they owe the lender. No payment on July 1st. You get a free month. First payment will be due on August 1st. Interest is paid in arrears. Questions? It's so funny to say, but guys, count your days right. That's a big part of these. Count those days right. I like the timelines. I like the visual. I encourage you to have that visual until you get on a roll. Questions on interim interest? So now we've looked at our little handout, our little cheat sheet. We know what debits and credits are. So we got two mini CDs is what I call them. One we're going to do together, and then the other one I'm going to let you guys do. And then of course there's practice and learn, test, pass. But again, the trick to these, we got to know the debits and the credits to the parties. So that's why I keep referring you back to that handout in our Google Drive. Can I go as far to call it your formula to do these? Because we got to know what the debits and the credits for the parties are. So let's look at one together. I got a buyer purchasing a home for $425 with 80% loan to value ratio, loan at 7%. Buyer paid 5% earnest money, appraisal fee of $500. Buyer paid $4,000 in additional closing costs. And then we have the following charges will be paid by the respective parties. So I got a loan origination fee, 1 discount point, deed preparation. And the question is, how much will the buyer have to bring to closing or need to pay at closing? When I do these, I like to take my scratch paper. First thing I do is draw a line down the middle of it. And on one side of the line, I'm going to have credits. And on the other side of the line, I'm going to have debits. And I'm going to remind myself that all I care about in this problem is the buyer. Because what's the question asking me? How much will the buyer need to pay at closing? With these, you guys, we're going to start at the top and work our way down. Don't skip around. When you skip around, you skip something. So you start at the top, you work your way down, and all we're going to do is go through and identify the buyer's credits and the buyer's debits, and then we can finish this out. So first off, I got a buyer purchasing a home, $425,000. Is that money that the buyer owes at closing, or is that money the buyer's going to get at closing? They pay it debit or credit? Yeah, it's money that they owe. Isn't that the whole gist of what this is about? The buyer pays the seller the purchase price in exchange for the property. So the first debit we have in this case is going to be the sales price. And I like to identify my lines as I fill them in. In the event I ever have to go back, I know what that $425,000 is. That's my sales price, debit the buyer. I got an 80% loan to value ratio. So I know what the purchase price is. The other piece of that is what is the loan amount. So we're going to use our loan to value ratio. I know my values, my purchase price or appraised amount, whichever is less. I know it's an 80% loan to value ratio. So to solve for the loan amount, up down line means multiply. So I'm going to take 425,000 times 80%. And I get a loan amount of $340,000. So my loan amount is 80% of the purchase price using my loan to value ratio. The buyer's buying the home for $425,000, but they're taking a loan for $340,000. On the day of settlement, is that money that the buyer owes, or is that money that they have coming in on their behalf? It's coming in on their behalf. I can't buy your home if the lender doesn't bring me $340,000 today. Think of settlement as kind of like a snapshot of what's going on today. So the loan amount will always be a credit to the buyer, and that's our loan amount. 7% interest rate, hang on to that. We will come back to that in just a second. Buyer paid $5,000 in earnest money deposit. Is that earnest money going to be a credit or a debit to the buyer? Remember what we told our buyer when we went under contract. Is this going to be a credit or a debit? It's going to be, yep, it's going to be a credit. They've already paid it once. Back up when we went under contract. Remember, the buyer put down that earnest money deposit to show their good faith. Now, fast forward to closing, that money will be a credit. So the earnest money deposit will be a credit to the buyer. I got an appraisal fee of $500 when the contract formed. What am I going to do with that? Has the buyer already paid it? Did they pay that when the contract formed? Are you going to charge them again? That is a POC, paid outside of closing, which means that is a distractor. That's why we have identified POCs, so we know what is a distractor. The buyer has $4,000 in additional closing costs. So when you see the word cost, owe, due, to be paid, those are all things telling us that that is a debit. Sometimes they'll break them down and tell you how they got to the 4,000. Other times they'll just give you their closing costs. But we know what the buyer's closing costs are because we have our, I keep calling it a cheat sheet. As long as y'all here, you can't have it on your test. You can use the cheat sheet up until you sit down for the test. And then the following charges will be paid by the respective parties. So I got a 1% loan origination fee. Remember, all loan charges are of the loan amount. So I have a loan amount of $340,000. The problem tells me there's a 1% loan origination fee. So there'll be a charge for $3,400, debit the buyer, loan origination fee. I got one discount point. All lender charges are of the loan amount. One discount point shakes out to a percentage of the loan. So if you have one discount point, the lender is going to charge them 1%. 2 discount points would be 2%. 3 discount points would be 3%. The number of discount points shakes out to a percentage of the loan, and it's a lender charge. So we know that that will be a debit the buyer. And then I got a deed preparation fee of $250. Who can tell me what I'm going to do with the deed preparation fee?
Give it to the seller.
It's a debit to the seller. So in this problem, it is a distraction. This is why we need to know the things that are POC. This is why we need to know the things that are the seller charges, because we need to know our distractions. Are they going to give you distractions in these problems? Well, yeah, your first one, I already gave you 2. So this is why we have the worksheet. Is everybody good with that? This is why we have the worksheet. So we know what the distractors are. Does the problem say anything at all about interim interest? Am I going to calculate interim interest? No, because we're always going to do what the problem tells you. If this problem wanted you to calculate interim interest, it would say the lender charges interim interest. Always do what the problem tells you. Don't do more. Just do what the problem tells you. Fair enough? There's a reason I say that over and over and over and over and over and over again. Questions on, we've been through the problem. Questions before we go to the next step. Questions so far? So let me give myself some room here. So now that we have calculated, we've figured out all the buyer's debits and credits. Now we need to add them up. So I want you guys to tally up all of the buyer's debits, and I want you to tally up all of the seller's credits, and then hang tight. So we're just adding. What are the buyer's debits? What are the buyer's credits? If we start with the debits, I got the purchase price, I got their closing costs, I got the loan origination fee, and I got a discount point. So now I add up all the buyer's debits. I get $435,800. This is all the money that they owe to buy this home. And then for their credits, I got the loan amount. I got the earnest money deposit. So when I add that up, I get 345,000. So I got all the money that they owe, which is their debits. I have all the money that they have coming in on their behalf. And the difference between the two, debits minus credits, tells us how much your buyer has to bring to closing. So we add up all their debits, add up all their credits. How much does your buyer have to bring to closing? $90,800. The number one question I get at this point is, where are they coming up with this money? Maybe it was a gift. Maybe they sold a house. Maybe they sold a house to be able to buy this home. Maybe they're just lucky and they just have it, right? This is why the lender provides a loan estimate. The loan estimate comes out how many days after loan application? How many days after loan application? Yeah, 3. So you complete your loan application, and 3 days later, you know about how much you're bringing to closing, 90,800. Now we're at the final CD, and we have that exact number. Yes, ma'am, Brittany.
So do they not bring their down payment to closing as well, or is that something already arranged with the lender?
It's calculated in the debits and
Based on that
credit. If I
80.
take the
Oh,
sales price
okay.
minus the loan amount, the difference is going to be their down payment. So I'm not actually putting the down payment in, but their down payment is the sales price minus the loan amount.
Loan amount, okay.
Yep. Yep. So there's more, and that's a great question, Brittany. Thank you. There's more than the buyer's down payment. It's part of it, but there are more closing costs. So by looking at our debits and credits, if we were just to take 425 minus 340, we would get the buyer's down payment. But this is taking everything into consideration. What else? We're good? Y'all know what's coming next. Y'all ready? Tell me in a chat. A, B, C, or D. And then we'll talk about it. Another minute, we'll talk about it. Third time's a charm. I know this whole thing I preach about read the problem first. Can I presume you guys have already read this one and we can just kind of jump right in? Everybody read it? Cool. I got a property under contract for $185,000. So we need to see my buyer's credit and debits. Again, I like to remind myself that all I care about is the buyer. If this isn't the buyer, then it's a distractor. So I got a property under contract with for $185,000. That $85,000 is the sales price. Is that a debit or a credit to the buyer? And I can see your mouse move. The sales price is a debit. It's money that they owe. It's money that they owe the seller. So I got a sales price, debit the buyer, $185,000. Buyer's getting an 80% loan to value conventional loan. So using our loan to value ratio, I know the value. I know the lender's ratio. So the only thing I need to do is find the loan amount. Up, down line in the T-bar means multiply. So 185,000 times 80% gives me a loan amount of 148,000. Is that 148 a debit or a credit to the buyer? That's going to be a credit. It's money they have coming in on their behalf. The seller agreed to pay 5% commission to the listing broker, deed prep of $85, and their loan payoff of $150. What do I care about the seller? I mean, I care about the seller, but what do I care about the seller in this problem? Nothing. That whole sentence, nothing. Because who are we focusing on? The buyer. Buyer paid $13,000 in earnest money deposit. $13,000 earnest money. Is that going to be a debit or a credit to the buyer? Remember what we told him when we went under contract? You pay this now and it will be credited to you at settlement. So earnest money and due diligence, should we see it, is a credit to the buyer. They've already paid that once. So I got $13,000 earnest money. I got $450 appraisal on the effective date of the contract. What are we going to do with that appraisal? Nothing. Because when did they pay for it? On the date of the contract. Now we're on the date of closing. Everybody good with that? That's that POC, that paid outside. Then the buyer's got 6,000 in closing costs. So their inspections, their lender fees, all of that adds up to $6,000. Oops, $6,000 in closing costs. How much does the buyer have to bring to closing? So we got all their credits and all their debits. So we add up all the debits. And when I add those up, I get 191,000. We add up all the credits and I get 161,000. Debit minus credit, 191 minus 161 tells us that your buyer has to bring $30,000 to closing. Debits minus credits. Buyers are almost always going to have to bring money to closing. Every once in a while, it works out where they have a balance due of like zero. I had one of those with one of my veteran buyers, my VA buyer. Can I tell y'all just how thrilled she was when I called her and said, I'll see you tomorrow. You don't have to bring any money. I thought she was going to burst through the scenes. That's why we have the VA loan. Isn't that a great gift to our veterans to allow them to be able to get in the home with, did y'all hear me? $0. That's why we have that VA program. Questions on how I got the 30,000? When you guys come see me in post licensing, I mentioned we're going to do a full-blown closing disclosure. We're going to look at buyers and sellers' debits and credits. And just so you can be aware, if we were talking about the seller, we'd be looking at their credits minus their debits. The sellers generally have more credits than they do debits. If they have more credits than debits, they're going to get money at settlement. However, sometimes the seller's debits are more than their credits, and that's money that they will have to bring to settlement. That's money that they owe. And again, hopefully we learned this back in the day when we entered into the listing agreement. Have these conversations up front and let the seller know they're underwater. Let the seller know that they're going to have to bring if their debits are more than their credits. Questions? Let's wrap up Unit 11. And Unit 11 is just to bring, the rest of Unit 11 is just bring this home to remind ourselves what the broker's responsibilities are when it comes to these closing disclosures. Is the licensee responsible, and you can shake your head, am I responsible for the full accuracy or all of the accuracy of the closing disclosure? No, I can only verify the information that I have. An example of information that I may not know, an example of information that I may not be able to verify. As the buyer's broker, I wasn't privy to the conversation between the buyer and the lender. So when the lender told the buyer, this is your loan origination fee, this is your discount points, these are my fees, I'm not privy to that conversation. I don't have that information. So that's an example of numbers that I can't verify. However, what I can do is look at it and make sure that it looks normal. And if something looks really high, higher than I think it should be, my little red flag just went up to encourage me to call the lender and ask some questions. Once you guys get into it, once you learn your market, you're going to have a better understanding of what's normal. So I don't have to verify it, but I still need to make sure that it's a normal amount, that the lender's not taking advantage of my buyer by charging them all these crazy fees. So I'm only responsible for what I know or what I reasonably should have known. And it all starts when you guys, the very first closing disclosure you get to review, the very first thing I need you to do is pull out the offer to purchase and contract. Did you have any amendments to the contract? If so, we need to make sure that those amendments, maybe we renegotiated the purchase price. I need to make sure that the new purchase price is on the closing disclosure. And the reason, I mean, seriously, we talk about this in class together, but in the real world, contract to closing could be 4 weeks, it could be 8 weeks, right? That's all negotiable. And I don't know about y'all's little brain, but if we went under contract 6 weeks ago, I don't remember the specifics of it. So when I say pull out the contract, that's the very first thing that I do. When I get a CD to review, I go straight to the contract and any amendments. Any invoices that are to be paid at settlement. So let's say, for example, the home inspector allows the buyer to pay for the home inspection at closing. The home inspector is sending the broker the invoice for me to send it to the attorney so they can put it on the CD. If I've received an invoice, can't I go back and verify that it's accurate? Can I pull that invoice and say the amount on this invoice matches the amount on the CD? And sometimes we're going to see an invoice not on the CD. What that means is you forgot to send the invoice to the closing attorney. So when you don't have that invoice, go, whoa, and send that to the paralegal so they can get it added to the closing disclosure so your home inspector can get paid. So again, I never want you guys, we're going to make each other promises now. We're never going to worry about how do I complete this thing? Because you know what? Unless you go into paralegal, you're never going to have to complete it. The other thing we tend to stress out about is being responsible for the whole entire CD. And I don't want you guys worrying about that either. I can only verify what I know or what I reasonably should have known. Questions on that? Comments? Also for the broker, it's extremely important for the buyer and the seller to have appropriate insurance coverage. So we mentioned insurance the other day. The seller's insurance policy is going to end on the day of closing. The buyer's policy will begin on the day of closing. Common misconception is that the home is doubly insured on closing day. But remember, there's an exact moment, like to the second, that the deed is recorded. And recordation of that deed is when it changes hands. So the seller's responsibility for insurance is going to be until the deed records. The buyer's insurance responsibility will be the moment that it records. That's when it officially becomes theirs. Buyer's agents, we're already talking to the buyers about shopping around for insurance, making sure we got to have the lender approve the insurance. There's several things going on there through the buyer's due diligence. I think listing agents, we're the ones that we really need to make sure that we have this conversation with our seller. Make sure that the seller understands that the risk of loss is on them through closing, which means if the house burns down 20 minutes before the deed records, it's still on the seller because it's still their property because the deed hasn't changed hands yet. Is everybody good with that? And it's worth having the conversation with our sellers. I think I told you guys last week, I've had two sellers in my career. And as soon as we go under contract, they say, sweet, I'm going to cancel insurance. The first one, I thought, well, that was a weird thing to say. And the second one, I thought, maybe this is what people think. So y'all, it's worth having the conversation with your seller. And you'll have checklists, working with buyers, working with sellers at different phases. So you know what you're going to do with your sellers when you go under contract. And it's worth having the insurance conversation with them. Y'all gonna document that conversation? Yeah. Yeah, if that conversation's face to face, do yourself a favor and go home and follow it up with an email talking about per our conversation, you need to maintain your insurance through closing.
So is this slide saying that you've added like an addendum for the buyer to occupy before we close?
So then there could be, we mentioned the buyer
Occupancy.
possession before closing or the seller possession after closing.
So
So
would
in
they
either,
do, sorry,
no, go ahead.
would this be a homeowner's insurance policy or a renter's insurance policy?
I got both going on.
Oh.
Somebody's the owner and somebody else is acting as the tenant. So a buyer possession before closing means the seller still owns the property, but the buyer's moving in early. Seller possession after closing means now the buyer's the owner and the seller's the tenant of the home that they just owned 5 minutes ago. Isn't that something? But that property, when that changes hands, one party's acting as the landlord and the other party's acting as the tenant. And both parties need to be adequately insured. Anything else on 11? Let's switch gears altogether. Let's put buyers and sellers off to the side for a minute. And let's get in the wild and wonderful world, property management. This is what I know about the property management unit. I asked you guys the other day how many of you are thinking about property management, like 2 hands went up, which meant the rest of us only care about residential sales. The rest of us are here, or commercial sales. The rest of us are here because we're working with buyers and sellers. And if you're not planning on going into the property management world, I'm telling you right now, this unit's going to be challenging. And part of it is because we don't care. I don't plan on working with tenants and landlords, and I don't care. But guys, hear me. I need you to care about property management until you get through your exams, because you will have test questions for property management. I need you to care until you get through your exams. And once you're done, you can put property management aside for the rest of your life if you want. But I got to get you guys through the unit. So the rest of us that aren't in property management, that's the challenge to this unit. So let's put our property management hat on, kind of, sort of. The other thing about this unit, we're going to talk about property management, obviously. We're also going to talk about the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. And what I need us to understand is there are acts, there are rules in place that regulate that relationship between the landlord and the tenant. And those acts don't care if a property manager is involved or not. They don't care if a licensee is involved or not. So part of this unit is identifying that relationship between landlord and tenant. The rest of it is discussing the role of the broker, the role of the property manager. So in this first section, we're going to identify some common terms that relate to the landlord and the tenant. And we're going to talk about that act that regulates that relationship. And the act is the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. And again, this act is just that relationship between landlord and tenant. The act doesn't care if a property manager is involved or not. So we're going to talk about that state-specific act. And then we're also going to talk about the Tenant Security Deposit Act. Again, between landlord and tenant, the Tenant Security Deposit Act does not care if there's a property manager involved or not. So as we said, and look, this isn't my first radio. And I know the question, Julie, why do I need to know this? Why? And the simple answer is because it's on the test. The other thing about this unit, you guys, some of you may be tenants, some of you may be landlords. But particularly one thing I get a lot with this unit with tenants is that's not what my landlord said. That's not what my landlord does. That's not what we do. And what I'm going to tell you is you need to do your research. If you don't think your landlord is treating you right, I'm not here to tell you if your landlord's right or wrong. But if you don't think, as we go through this unit, if you don't think that your landlord is treating you right, you need to do some research. And the first place I would start is by Googling NC Residential Rental Agreement Act that we'll see in a minute. The other thing you may want to consider, the Real Estate Commission has given us some publications, these Q&A brochures. So they do have a Q&A brochure on residential, renting residential real estate. They also have a Q&A brochure of tenant security deposits. Both of these can be found in Learn, Test, Pass. So if you're a tenant wanting to know if your rights, if you're be treated right, this is a great place to start. If you're not a tenant and you want to pass the test, both of these publications are worth a review because they break down specifically under the Residential Rental Act and the Tenant Security Deposit Act. I will say that the Residential Rental Agreement Act is designed to protect the tenant. The tenant is the one that needs protection in this transaction. And it saddens me how many tenants don't know their rights. How many tenants are being taken advantage of the landlord and don't know their rights. And many tenants don't know where to start. So once you're licensed, you may come across somebody that says, I don't know if is my landlord treating me right? Be the source of the source. Don't say yes or no. You're kind of acting like an attorney at this point, aren't you? So when that tenant says, I wonder if I'm being treated right, be the source of the source. Get them these brochures. Get them to the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. Help educate the tenant about their rights. You guys have heard of slumlords, right? This is how we do away with slumlords. We educate the tenant. So you have the tools, you have the resources. If you're going into property management, this is just scratching the surface. You got much more to go. Same thing with sales. So now that we've introduced it, let's go ahead and take our break. And when we come back, we're going to jump into Unit 13. back. Cameras are on. I'm taking attendance. Let's get into this wild and wonderful world. Property management. I didn't do that right. Hang on. Do I have you guys? Do you see my flashing clock? I hit the wrong button and then it looks like it messed everything up. So hang on. I got to get my PowerPoint again. Am I building anticipation? What's she going to say about property management? I can't take it. Hang on. What's that old saying? Nothing's ever easy, right? Okay, here we go. I got it now. So first off, landlord-tenant relationship. The document that they are dealing with is the lease. The lease is the bilateral contract between the landlord and the tenant. Bilateral meaning how many sides have to perform? Both parties have to perform. So the lease is going to spell out the landlord's duties and obligations to the tenant. The tenant is going to spell out, the lease is going to spell out the tenant's landlord's duties and obligations to the landlord. They're going to have that contractual relationship with the lease. And what the lease does is it grants the tenant the right to use and possess a property for X amount of time in exchange for rent, for money. The parties to the lease are the lessor and the lessee, the giver of the lease and the receivee of the lease. The giver, the lessor, is the tenant. I'm sorry, the landlord. The landlord is the lessor. The receivee of the lease is the tenant. So again, we have a legally binding document between two parties. Now, leases get interesting because we have several different things going on. I got one party that rents it. I got another party that owns it. The owner or the landlord has a leased fee interest. The owner has the leased fee. The tenant has a leasehold interest. Y'all remember back in Unit 2, we talked about freehold and leasehold estates. Freehold estates were our states of ownership. Leasehold estates are our states of possession. So we're going to revisit that leasehold, talk about what that means for the tenant, what the different leasehold interests are. But with leases, there's a couple different things going on. The leases create what's called a privity of estate. Privity of estate is when I got two parties with the same interest in one property. I got somebody that has an ownership interest, and I got somebody else that has a possession interest. So when we're dealing with leases, we are dealing with a freehold estate and a leasehold estate. Privity of contract is the relationship. That privity of contract is the relationship between the two, again, that we identified as the lease. So both parties have an interest. And specifically in North Carolina, the relationship between tenant and landlord is defined through the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. The Residential Rental Agreement Act defines the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. The Residential Rental Agreement Act is around regardless if we have a property manager involved or not, if there's a broker involved or not. And there's several things that the Residential Rental Agreement Act says. Again, the big gist of it, the big part of it is trying to protect the tenant. But sadly, many tenants aren't aware of their rights under the Act. So again, as we go through this unit, if you have concern about your responsibilities or your duties as a tenant, Google it. If you come up with somebody and say, is my landlord doing right? Google it. It's always a great place to start. By the way, y'all note the word, y'all note this is North Carolina, so this would be state specific. So let's talk about some of the things that the Act says. And the Act spells out both parties' duties and responsibilities. And talking first about the landlord, with residential, yeah, Sherry.
Okay, since we're talking about property management, I have a question. Like if you're and this, I don't know if this relates to this or not, but like if you see that your landlord isn't doing something, can you hold your rent? Is that
No, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to actually, Sherry, that brings me to my next good point. So I want you guys to write something down for me. Everybody ready? If you stay, you pay. If you pay, you stay. And the Act is what specifically says the tenant cannot withhold rent. The landlord cannot avoid making repairs. If you stay, you pay. If you pay, you stay. That's the relationship. I give you money and you provide a roof over my head for the next 30, 31 days. So with the Act, it spells out specifics, each party's specifics, duty, and responsibilities. And the landlord's number one responsibility to the tenant is that the landlord must provide fit and habitable conditions. Now the Act goes into define what is a fit and habitable condition. We're not getting into those specifics. But remembering a couple things. AC is a luxury. So if your AC unit goes out, does the landlord have to repair it? Do they have to fix it? But Julie, it's August in North Carolina. Remember, AC is a luxury. What if your heat goes out though? Now does the landlord have to fix that? Do they have to provide heat? That's providing safe and habitable conditions. If the roof leaks, basement floods, things like that. Cracked paint, chipped paint, that's not safe and habitable conditions. So the Act goes on to, again, we're not getting into those specifics, but the Act goes on to address what exactly is the landlord's duties, the landlord's responsibilities. And I'll be honest, this is one of the places that I hear tenants complaining the most. You know, the carpet tore in the living room and the landlord won't fix it. I'm going to sue them. Does torn carpet have anything to do with fit and habitable conditions? So just because something breaks doesn't mean the landlord has to run out and fix it. Everybody with me? It's all is defined under this safe and habitable conditions. The landlord has an implied warranty of habitability. Yes, ma'am, Ebony.
Hey, well, I'm glad you brought that up with the carpet. Well, what if like for me, like I have a 6-month-old and he's like crawling around, but like in a little patch, he likes to play with the little part that's missing some of the carpet, and you know the carpet that has the pieces coming apart. Now, if he get a hold of it and choke on it, is that something God forbid, especially if I ask them, can they replace it?
I mean, they could agree to, but the act probably wouldn't define torn carpet as fit and habitable conditions.
Wow. Okay.
So that's that implied warranty of habitability. Not everything, remember, all homes have problems, right? We've all agreed to that back when we did home inspections. There's no such thing as a perfect home. And the tenant can't expect the landlord to provide. Now, you can call the tenant or the landlord and say, this carpet's torn, can you do anything? But what you need to understand is if they do, it would just be out of the goodness of their heart. It doesn't fall under that fit and habitable conditions. For those of you that are going into property management, for those of you that plan on being the property manager, do we hear the name? You're being hired to manage somebody's property. And if you're going into property management, that broker, under the act, you're considered the landlord. You are an extension of the owner. So brokers that are going into property management are extensions of the owner. And as an extension of the owner, everybody has to follow the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. Again, there's others, there's more to this. We're just introducing you to, scratching surfaces. But when we talk about the landlord's number one duty to the tenant, when we talk about the landlord's number one responsibility, in the residential world, their number one responsibility is to provide fit and habitable conditions. And please make note of that word, residential. This doesn't have anything to do with commercial property. That's a totally different ball game, a totally different beast. So the Residential Rental Agreement Act is addressing where we live. So if the landlord's number one responsibility is to provide fit and habitable conditions, what do we think the tenant's number one responsibility is? I'm providing you these fit and habitable conditions in exchange for rent. You're going to pay me every month. Whatever we agree on, rent is completely negotiable between the parties. Maybe there's a deposit. We're going to talk about the security deposit. But the tenant's number one responsibility is to pay rent in exchange for these fit and habitable conditions. And remember, if you pay, you stay. So once you pay rent every month and the landlord accepts your rent every month, we have an agreement to be there for that month. In addition to paying rent, the tenant also needs to maintain the property, keep it safe and clean. Any working utilities that is not part of the landlord's responsibilities. Again, all that's negotiable. Who's going to pay for electricity? Who's going to pay for water? Who's going to pay for internet? All of that is negotiable between the tenant and the landlord, whatever we agree to. And the tenant also has to be responsible for fixing things that they break. Now, there's a difference in the heat going out versus I accidentally punched a hole in the wall, right? So things that are my responsibility versus things that are the landlord's responsibility with providing those fit and habitable conditions. I think another reason why we tend to struggle with this unit is because we have stories that are getting ready to go against what I'm saying. We have stories, we either ourselves or somebody we know have stories. But guys, what I need you to do is focus on what does the act say. And quite frankly, there's real world and there's pre-licensing world. What I'm telling you, if they aren't following the act, that's real world. Now, in the real world, they're not. They do their own thing. But once a broker's involved, we have to follow the act. So I say all that to say, the tenant cannot sign away their rights of maintaining the property. In other words, abrogation says the landlord can't put that duty of providing fit and habitable conditions on the tenant. If I call my landlord and say the roof is leaking, they can't put that on me. They can't say, well, you better get it taken care of, because that's their duty. That's their responsibility. I can't sign away those rights. The landlord shouldn't ask me to sign away those rights. Remember, if you stay, you pay. We're going to talk about both parties' eviction remedies, when they can and can't move out. All that's coming. Yeah, hey, Leanna, hey.
Hey, we're actually going through this situation right now, with a tenant that refused to pay rent. We bought a brand new home and, on and on. And the eviction, we won the eviction, but they appeal it. So now we have to go through a district court with the whole mess. It just take, so much time. But as far as my question is that, if we were to use a property management, what you were saying earlier, once you basically sign the agreement with them, like, do you still have the right to basically still have the right to tell them like, hey, this is what I want to fix, or basically you give all the right to them, to the property management?
So the property manager, that's a great question, Helena. The property manager is a general agent to the owner. So as a general agent, you have some power, you have some ability. You can do some things on your own. How do you know that power and ability? It's got to be spelled out in your property management agreement. And we're going to get to that as well. So please bear with me.
All right, thank you.
So how much duties do you want your property manager to have? What do you want them to be responsible for? That's all negotiable. But remember that property manager is an extension of you. They're like another arm, right? They're another extension of the owner, of the landlord. So abrogation, again, the landlord can't say, well, you're going to be responsible for the roof, the foundation, and the electrical. The landlord can't do that because of the act. The act says that that is the responsibility of the landlord. Even though it's the landlord's property, the tenant has the right of quiet enjoyment. The tenant should be able to use the property in any legal manner that they want to. As part of what you're doing, y'all remember our legal bundle of rights from Unit 2? When you take on a tenant, you are unbundling your rights. You're giving that tenant some of those twigs. And the tenant has that right of quiet enjoyment. They have the right to use the property in whatever manner they want without interference from the landlord. So the owner, the lessor, has no right to enter the premises during the term of the lease unless the lease gives them permission. The act says that the homeowner has no rights to enter the property unless the lease allows it. It's not uncommon to find, like in the lease, the landlord has to give the tenant 24 hours notice, for example, 48 hours notice, something like that. But the act protects the tenant from the landlord just showing up at any time saying, I want to see this unit. I want to come inside. Quiet enjoyment. We have a condo that we rent out. And I'm going to be honest, this was the hard part for me at first as a landlord. And maybe because I lived in the condo for, 12, 13 years, I had an emotional attachment to it. I love my little condo, And this idea of quiet enjoyment, I gave this guy a key and said, here you go. And I know as the landlord, I don't have the right to go to my condo anytime I want. Let me tell you something. The first day, I was grumpy about it. It's my condo. If I want to go in my condo, I'll go in my condo. Nobody's going to tell me not to go in my condo. Like I said, that lasted about a day and I'm over it now. It's all good. But that's that idea of quiet enjoyment. My tenant has that right to enjoy the premises without interference from me, without notice. Yeah, Houston.
Can you use like your amenities though? Like, can you go use the pool and stuff?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah, because pool passes come to me as the owner.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yep. Yep. Another piece covered in the act is this idea of retaliatory eviction. The landlord can't participate in retaliatory eviction. They're prevented. So what retaliatory eviction is if the tenant exercises their rights, maybe they hire an attorney, maybe they talk to somebody about what their rights are. Retaliatory eviction would be the landlord saying, you called an attorney, get out. The tenant can't be evicted for exercising their rights. So just because the tenant may call an attorney, the landlord can't kick them out. Retaliatory eviction, everybody has their rights. And another thing often covered under the lease is going to be the security deposit. And the security deposit is covered under the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. So the Security Deposit Act not only regulates allowable uses of the security deposit, but it also regulates how much the landlord can collect at the beginning of the tenancy. So the Security Deposit Act has these security deposit requirements. One thing that the Security Deposit Act requires is how or what that money can be used for. The security deposit can't be touched throughout the tenancy. The security deposit can only be used after the tenancy is over. And it can be used for things major damage. Let's everybody understand there's a difference in major damage versus normal wear and tear. Hasn't somebody been living in that home? And normal wear and tear is expected. Some examples of things that would be normal wear or tear versus major damage that the security deposit can be used for. Normal wear and tear would be nail holes in the wall to hang my pictures. That's normal, right? For people to hang pictures and you need nail holes. That's normal wear and tear. Excessive damage would be if my fist or something went through the wall. That is the type of thing. That's the difference. Can I paint my house? Well, I don't know. As the tenant, can I paint? Well, that's between me and the landlord. And if I just go paint some kind of crazy color that's hard to cover up, I always think of like pink polka dots when I say that, something that's really hard to cover up, then that might be an excessive versus painting a room a normaler color. So there is a difference. And again, the act spells out those differences of normal wear and tear. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I have another question. What is the deal with the whole 3 times or 2 times the rent? Like,
Hold that thought. That's coming next. Hold that
okay.
thought. Also understand the Tenant Security Deposit Act. Again, you guys, we're talking residential only. Commercial is a different world. Commercial is a different beast. The Security Deposit Act tells us how much in security deposit the landlord can collect. And how much they can collect depends on the length of the tenancy. When we enter into this lease, what is the length of our tenancy? If we're doing a week-to-week lease, a weekly lease, the most the landlord can collect is 2 weeks rent. If it's a month-to-month, the most they can collect is 1.5 months. And if it's longer, maybe a year-to-year, from the onset, from the beginning, the most the landlord can collect is 2 months. So there's that formula that we were looking for. How much rent can I collect? The answer is it depends on how long is the lease when we enter into it. Week to week, month to month, versus year to year, for example. Permitted uses. Permitted uses, again, the security deposit can't be touched during the tenancy. The security deposit is for the end of the tenancy. And things that the landlord can keep some or all of the security deposit for would be excessive damage, things that are above normal wear and tear. The landlord could also use the security deposit for any owed rent. So if the tenant's backdated on rent, if they owe some money on rent, then the landlord can keep the portion of the security deposit. We can't pass the buck though. The landlord can't say, well, you know, I'll just deduct some of your security deposit if you go ahead and fix the heater, the HVAC system. So you fix the HVAC, and then I'll just deduct that from what I'm going to take from security deposit. The landlord is responsible for fixing the HVAC. They cannot pass the buck. They cannot move that onto the tenant. And again, nobody can touch the security deposit until after the end of the tenancy. The landlord, we're going to see in just a second, the landlord needs to account for the tenant. So I'm not just going to give you back a portion of your security deposit and say, here you go. If the tenant's not getting the whole amount back, the landlord needs to provide almost an itemized list. This is why I'm keeping, you owe me for a month's rent, plus this hole in the wall that I got to fix, plus this excessive damage. And then the tenant's going to get the balance. The landlord can't keep the security deposit for the sake of keeping the security deposit. They have to account to the tenant. I want you guys to turn with me real quick to page 178. This is just kind of a side note. And this is a side note for those of you that may be a landlord right now. The act requires the security deposit to be placed either in a trust account or a bond if the landlord is unlicensed. Unlicensed landlords can keep the security deposit in a trust account or a bond. But guys, if you're a landlord right now, once you become licensed, the only place you can put the security deposit is in a trust account. Once you're licensed, whether you come into this as a landlord or not, once you're licensed, you're going to be held to a higher standard because now they know that you know. And remember, their main purpose is to protect the public. So you just went from being a plain old landlord to a licensee that's a landlord, with the tenant being their public. So again, if you're a landlord right now, I need you to start thinking about getting that security deposit in a trust account. We're going to talk about the trust account in Unit 15, so bear with me. But that's just a side note. Failure to put the security deposit in the proper account means the landlord has zero right to anything at the end. So again, the Tenant Security Deposit Act addresses normal wear and tear. And for the most part, unless it's excessive, cleaning fees are just part of the cost of doing business as a landlord. And your tenant moves out, maybe you want to have the carpets cleaned. That's just the cost of doing business. You're not going to be able to pass that cost on to, because isn't it just normal wear and tear if people live there, the carpets are going to get dirty? It's just part of living in a home. That's normal wear and tear. And guys, always remember, put real estate aside for a second. If two parties can't agree to agree, then the judge will decide for them. So if we're arguing over what's excessive versus normal wear and tear, take lots of pictures and the judge will decide for you. I can't answer those questions, but the judge sure can. The act helps identify. So at the end of the tenancy, the landlord either has to return the security deposit or report to the tenant why they're not getting their security deposit back or all of their security deposit. An itemized list. The landlord has to account to the tenant within 30 days of the lease ending. But they may extend that to 60 days. The landlord may have to get people in to give them quotes, to let them know what the cost would be to repair this big hole in the wall. So if the landlord can't get that information, if they can't get that report to the tenant within 30 days, then the act allows them to extend it up to 60. But again, they've got to report to the tenant within 30 days. So on day 29, I got to say, I still got the sheetrock guy coming out. He's coming tomorrow. I'll get you the quote then, right? They at least have to account to the tenant within 30 days. The other thing that the act covers is reasonable pet deposits, reasonable pet fees. First off, whether or not we can have a pet or not is up to the landlord, negotiable between landlord and tenant, but it is the landlord's home, so they can regulate if we have a pet or not. And if we do have a pet, the landlord can charge a pet deposit. The pet deposit is non-refundable. The pet deposit is for permission to have a pet. At the end of the tenancy, if the pet has destroyed the property, then that can come out of the security deposit. It's not like you're prepaying for damage that the pet did. The pet deposit is permission to have the pet. How much do they charge for the pet deposit? It's negotiable between the parties. The only thing the act says is it's got to be reasonable. Define that, right? There is an exception to this rule. And as we recall from the previous unit, you can't charge a pet deposit for service animals because service animals are not pets. The only thing recognized as a service animal right now are dogs. Anything else is a pet. Think of the service animal as an extension of the person with the handicap or disability. A service animal is seen no different than a cane or a wheelchair. Yes, ma'am, Ebony.
Hey, is what about like for emotional like support animals? Because I
It
know
covers service animals only.
because I know I had to get a doctor's note from my kids when we had guinea pigs.
So that's between you and your landlord. The act only addresses.
Okay.
Now the pet deposit, if you want guinea pigs, then that should be covered under the pet deposit. But it only
Okay.
recognizes service animals, service dogs to be specific.
Okay.
My first tenant had a dog, and I didn't want the dog, but it was a friend of my nephew, so I let him talk me into it, charged him a pet deposit. How about that daggum dog? I guess this dog liked to gnaw on baseboards. I wish I would have known that before. You know what my new policy is going forward? I'm done with pets. I tried it once. But if a new tenant comes with a service animal, that's different. That's exception. Everybody with me? Every single baseboard in the kitchen. Wood putty isn't as much fun as what it sounds like. I'm just going to say that. Every single baseboard. All right. Next little section, we're going to talk about these leasehold estates. So again, we spent time in Unit 2 on freehold estates, the ownership interests. So now we're going to spend some time on some leasehold estates, the possession interest. We got several different types of leases. So we're going to talk about those and what situations they might apply as well. So first off, this was from Unit 2. And again, we broke down estates Who can remind me when we say estate, what's the one word I think of? Just one word. An estate is one's what?
Interest.
Yeah. An estate is one's interest in the property. So you either have an ownership interest or you have a possession interest. So non-freehold estates, also known as leasehold estates, are the possession interest of it. And as you can see, there's several different types of leasehold estates. So we're going to talk about these. And as we talk about these, I want you guys to go into this. The difference in these is how they end. The difference in the leasehold estates is how they end. So the first type of leasehold estate we have is an estate for years, also known as a tenancy for years. And with an estate for years, there's a definite time period. We agree that our lease is going to begin on this date and is going to end on this date. We've agreed to the time period going into it. We don't have to give each other notice because in an estate for years, when it's over, it's over. Could we agree to extend it? Sure, absolutely. But we agree going into that this relationship is going to start on this day and end on this day. We have a definite end date. Now, I want you guys to hear me. Don't let the name fool you. An estate for years could be for years. It could be for a year. It could be for a month. It could be for a week. It could be for a weekend. The estate for years is not about the length. It's about the fact that we have a definite beginning date and a definite ending date. No notice is required. I don't have to call you up and say our lease is over at the end of the month because we've already agreed to this going into it. Another leasehold estate is an estate from period to period or a tenancy from period to period. With these, we have a definite beginning date, but the lease is going to continue to automatically renew until one of us ends it. It's not uncommon for an estate for years to turn into a period to period. So we enter into a 1-year lease for you to rent my home. Within that year, I provide fit and habitable conditions. You pay rent. We got a good thing going on, right? So at that end of the year, we may agree to extend it. We may agree to do a month to month. In which case we've gone from an estate to years to an estate from period to period, that period being month to month. These have to be ended. We're going to automatically renew it until one of the parties ends it, landlord or tenant. Another type of leasehold estate is an estate at will, also known as a tenancy at will. Again, it's an indefinite duration. Either party has to end it. The difference between this and an estate for period to period, with these, we don't have to give notice. Period to period, I got to give you notice. With these, they can just end, terminated without notice. When it's over, it's over. And then the last leasehold estate we have is an estate at sufferance or a tenancy of sufferance. With these, somebody's suffering. You know who's suffering? The landlord, because they got themselves a squatter. Remember, if you pay, you stay. But if you stop paying and don't move out, you're called a squatter. And now the landlord has an estate at sufferance. We're going to talk about the landlord's remedy, the landlord's eviction remedy that's coming in just a minute. So you got a tenant that's there, but not paying. You got a squatter. It's not as easy to get somebody off of your property as one may think, especially when you have this leasehold freehold, this privity of estate relationship. So again, we're going to talk about the landlord's remedies in just a bit. So the 4 different types of leasehold estates, what sets them apart, what differentiates them is how they end. But here's the deal. At the end of all of them, remember, the landlord still owns the property. So when the tenancy is over, the landlord has a reversionary interest, which means all those bundle of rights are going to go back to the landlord. So our lease ends, the tenant moves out, hopefully the tenant moves out. The landlord has that reversionary interest, so they can decide at this point, do they want to lease it to somebody else? Do they want to sell it? They can move back in, whatever. It's their home, and it's now just a freehold estate. Questions on the different types of leasehold estates?
I'm assuming these are just spelled out in a lease agreement or a lease contract or however you, that terminology.
Not so many words, but it will be spelled out because it will have to have some kind of ending. So we have to agree, is it going to end on this date, or are we just going to do a month to month until one of us gives each other notice? So you may not see this exact verbiage in the lease, but it's going to be spelled out in the period of time, the ending of it.
But for clarity, anything more than a year must be in writing, period, right? On these?
Not a year, not a year, anything more than
2,
3.
3? Oh gosh.
Statute of fraud says anything more than 3 years. Yep. So you have, guys, you have lots of valid residential leases out there that are a handshake. Is it just good advice to put everything, all agreements in writing? I mean, if I'm going to go rent your condo at the beach for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, isn't it good advice for us to put that in writing? Sure. But the statute of frauds, and this is again where we need to make sure we don't get in our own way. You and I know that's good advice. Julie's telling you that's good advice to put that in writing. But you're not going to be asked about what Julie thinks. You're going to be asked about what the statute of fraud says. Other questions on our leasehold estates? Now we need to talk about different types of leases. So we can have a lease agreements for, anything, a residential single family home, a lease in an apartment building. You have commercial leases, shopping centers, medical plazas, office warehouse. You could also have land leases, vacation homes. There's our condo at the beach, even Airbnbs. So we're going to talk about some of the more common types of lease agreements and when they're going to be used, when we might see them. And the first type of lease agreement we have is a fixed lease, also known as a gross lease, also known as a level lease, also known as a flat lease. Why does it have 4 names for the same thing? I don't know. But with the fixed lease, the tenant pays the landlord rent. The landlord pays the property bills, such as taxes, insurance, maintenance. Are those bills rolled into the lease, into rent, excuse me, are they rolled into rent? Probably. The tenant pays the landlord pays the property bills. Fixed leases are what we see most often with residential leases. Now, anything's negotiable. The parties can do whatever they want to. But fixed leases are what we see most often with residential leases. Another type of lease is a full service lease, in which case the tenant pays rent and the landlord provides janitorial crew, security, maintenance, part of the rent. With full service leases, we see these most often with commercial leases. Think of an office park, an office building, maybe a medical center, medical plaza. You're going to have typically you have multiple tenants in those types of buildings, multiple tenants, but one janitorial crew, one maintenance crew, one security crew. We all share the cost of utilities, landscaping. So the tenant pays the landlord supplies building maintenance. Another type of lease is a net lease. Tenant pays the landlord. Additionally, the tenant also pays property expenses. So in addition to paying rent, the tenant may be responsible for property taxes, property insurance, and maintaining the common areas. This is most often seen in a commercial lease. Tenant pays the landlord and property costs. Another type of lease is a percentage lease. This is what we usually see. Y'all remember malls? Y'all remember when malls were fun? This was often what we saw in malls. So with the percentage lease, maybe shopping centers, with the percentage lease, how much rent the tenant pays is based off of two factors. First off, there's a base rent. It's usually based off of the square footage that you're renting. This is how much you owe every month to be able to have your store in that mall or that retail center. And it's based off of square footage. How much square footage are you renting? So JCPenney's is going to have a bigger base rent than Claire's, for example, because JCPenney's manages more square footage. So in addition to the base rent, there's also a percentage rent. And the percentage rent is usually a percentage of your gross sales. So you pay the base rent every month, and then you're going to pay a percentage of your sales, and the two together equate your rent. You're not going to see a math problem on this on your exams. However, I want to go through a math problem with us together because I think seeing it, we either need to know the words or we need to be able to understand the math. So however your brain works, either you define the words or let's look at a math problem together. So I got a commercial tenant that agrees to a percentage lease. The lease calls for a base rent of $1,500 per month and 5% of sales greater than $200,000. What is the annual rent for the tenant if their annual sales last year were 1.5? So again, I'm dealing with two different things here. We're dealing with the base rent, and this tenant owes $1,500 a month every month for a year, regardless of how much sales they have. So the base rent based on how much, well, what am I doing here? Based on how much, there it is, square footage you have, you're going to pay every month $1,500, whether you have any sales or not. That's your base rent. And in addition to that, there's the percentage lease. And the percentage lease is based off of your gross sales. So the lease may say 5% of anything more than $200,000. In this case, this tenant this year had gross sales of 1.5 million. And they're going to be charged 5% on anything more than 200,000. So we need to find that more than, we need to find that difference. So the more than, whoops, would be 1.3. The lease says you're going to pay 5% of that. So I got a 1.3 million at 5% is $65,000. So I got my percentage lease of 65,000. I have my base of 18,000. And when I add that up, I get your annual rent of $83,000. Divide that by 12, and that's how much you owe me every month. Is this number going to change next year? Probably, because there's a good chance your sales aren't going to be 1.5 next year, right? They're either going to be higher or lower. So this is very fluctual. How often does that base rent change? That's between the parties. Usually commercial leases are a lot longer. So you're not going to have, it's not going to be rare to find a 1-year commercial lease. Usually with commercial, you're finding like a 10-year lease, for example. So if your base rent is $1,500, that's what you owe every month, plus a percentage of your sales. Questions on the percentage lease? Okay. Can I erase? Everybody good? Again, you're not going to see this as a math problem, but we need to understand how they work. So some of us have a math brain, somebody have a vocabulary brain. So hopefully we could hit both brains here. All right, let's take 10. Welcome back. So I am taking attendance. We've talked about fixed leases, percentage leases, net leases. Another type of lease that we have is a ground lease. And with a ground lease, the tenant rents the land. The tenant rents the ground, and then the tenant builds on it. So the tenant rents the ground, the land, and then the tenant pays for the cost of constructing the building. As you can imagine, these are long-term leases. Think 99 years. Would you build a building on a 2-year lease? Probably not. So these are long-term leases. I've always heard, you're going to see these in the commercial world, by the way. I've always heard this is how Walmart operates. Say what you will about Walmart, but they're geniuses. I'm going to rent you the land. I'm going to let you build the Walmart. So not only are you going to pay me rent on the land, you're also going to pay me part of those proceeds from the sales of the Walmart, of the building that I had to build. It's genius. I wish if I had a time machine, I mean, there's lots of things I would go back, but one of the things that I would go back and do is I would go back in time just a little bit and buy a chunk of land, specifically a chunk of land that Verizon wanted to build a tower on. And they would maintain the tower, they would build the tower, but they would send me a check every month for using my land. They call that mailbox money. You don't know what that is? You walk out to your mailbox and there's money. That's all you got to do. I wish I had land. Y'all know that old saying, buy land, they're not making any more of it. They say that for a reason. So a ground lease, again, very long term. Think 99 years, for example. Another type of lease found in the commercial world is called a graduated lease. With a graduated lease, rent increases at intervals. We decide entering into the lease that we're going to have rent at X amount for the first 3 years, for example, and then it's going to go up. And on year 6, it's going to go up. And on year 9, it's going to go up. Rent graduates or increases at agreed upon levels. I think a good candidate for a graduated lease would be like a startup business. I'm not making money now, but as my business grows, so will my rent. Another type of lease is an index lease, again, found in the commercial world. With an index lease, rent increases and decreases. And it's going to increase or decrease based on some index. An example of an index that we might use would be the government's cost of living. When the government's cost of living goes up, my rent goes up. When the government cost of living goes down, my rent goes down. So we agree on our index going into this, and then rent fluctuates based on that index. And then another type of lease we have, the last one you and I are talking about, is an oil and mineral lease. This would be an example of a land lease. So if you find out you have oils, minerals, gases on your property, then you may enter into a lease with the company. All you're doing is giving them right to come onto your land and get those oils and minerals. So you're giving them permission to drill, whatever. And then, of course, you would get rent, maybe even a percentage of that oil or mineral, depending on how that's spelled out. So with any of these subsurface rights, they can either be sold or they can be leased. Questions on the different types of leases? Yeah, Ebony.
Oh, there you go. Besides the signs that, say acres for land for sale and whatnot, how do you know when like a land is for sale? Like, especially like the ones with like a bunch of trees, or you don't want to just, of course, not go on anybody's property, and like.
Once you get licensed, you'll get access into the MLS.
Oh, okay.
MLS will tell you available properties for sale and for lease.
Okay.
Because not all of them have a sign.
Right. That's what I
So
was.
you'll have access to the MLS. If you want land now, then you'll have to contact the property manager because they're, or a broker, I should say.
Okay.
We have land, sales, residential, commercial, property management, lease, all that. We can find it. We can cooperate together in the multiple listing services. Trucking right along. Next section, we're going to talk about contract law and how that applies to a lease. We're actually going to revisit those essential elements of a valid contract. Whether you're talking about a sales contract or a lease, we're still talking about basic contract law. And in addition to those essential elements, there's some other common lease provisions that we see in a lease, things that are negotiable. So first off, what are the essential elements of a lease? The essential elements of a lease are the same as the essential elements of a contract, basic contract law. What's the judge looking for to determine the validity of the lease? Mutual agreement, meeting of the minds, some form of consideration. With the lease, the consideration is going to be rent in exchange for the landlord or the tenant living there, legal capacity of the parties, and then a legal objective. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. So this is a handy little review from Unit 8 when we talked about our basic contract law. Does the lease have to be in writing? Well, the answer is, it depends. What's the onset of the lease? If we have a year lease, does it have to be in writing? No. What if we have a 5-year lease? Does it have to be in writing? Yes, because statute of frauds says any leases from the onset for 3 or more years have to be in writing. And here, the or more. 3 years doesn't have to be in writing. 3 years and 1 day does. I don't know where my chat's been, but it just popped back up. I had a question earlier. What if you get all major problems fixed yourself? Can they hold your deposit? No, because under the act, the landlord is responsible for all those fixing those major problems. They can't pass that responsibility on to their tenant. So in addition to, oh, by the way, Connor Act steps in. Statute of fraud says it has to be in writing. Connor says it has to be recorded. Connor says it has to be recorded. Statute of fraud says it both have to be in writing. They run parallel. So leases.
Julie, with
Yeah.
with you saying that, like, we are saying we gotta paint our own, like, we gotta paint ourselves. Like, we gotta get out the paint from Sherwin-Williams, right? Like where I live at, and then we gotta paint ourselves. Like, they don't paint for us unless we moving out. But is that a part of the?
So you'll want to check the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act or look at those Q&A brochures for your specific. But generally speaking, the landlord is not responsible for anything during the tenancy other than providing fit and habitable conditions.
Wow.
Yeah, Brittany.
So you brought up the Connor Act and that it must be recorded. So once it goes into writing, I guess above those 3 years, who records it? The landlord?
Yes, usually they'll be responsible for recording it. And Connor says leases don't have to be recorded unless they're more than 3 years, right? So you can't record something that's not in writing, which is why the two often run parallel. So we can negotiate that cost, but generally speaking, the landlord will be responsible for recording that lease.
In the county that the property is in.
That's right. That's right. And if we think about it, it's for the tenant's protection, because that prevents the landlord from selling out from underneath them, you know. And if they do sell out from underneath them, remember, when you buy a property in North Carolina with a valid lease, you buy honoring that valid lease, you acquire that tenant. So it's about educating the next owner about what they're getting into. In addition to the essential elements, always remember, you guys, these essential elements, these are the required ingredients that the judge is looking for. So if you hand the judge a lease and say, hey, is this thing valid? They're looking for these essential elements: mutual agreement, consideration, capacity of the parties, and legal objectives. In addition to the essential elements, it's not uncommon to find other common provisions of a lease. So we're going to see the term of lease and how and if we can renew. Is it an automatic renewal? Is it going to end on this date? Do we have to give each other notice? When does the lease start? And when and how does it end? There could be some default remedies spelled out in the lease. Maybe if the tenant eventually wants, or the landlord or the tenant agree to one of those preemptive rights. So maybe a right of first refusal, for example. The tenant wants to buy, but the landlord doesn't want to sell. So we enter into a right of first refusal. There may be a provision in the lease that addresses that. There may also be a provision in the lease that addresses the option to purchase. So maybe the tenant can eventually buy the property. Again, it's all going to be spelled out in the lease. Default remedies are going to be more like what happens if somebody doesn't do what they promise to do. So if the tenant stops paying or the landlord stops providing fit and habitable conditions, the default remedies are going to spell that out. It's not uncommon to find the landlord's right to enter. Y'all understand, even though you own it, your name's on the deed. If the lease doesn't mention your right to enter, how much right do you have to enter your own property? Zero. So if you want the ability to go in every once in a while, which you do. If you want the ability to go in every once in a while, there needs to be a provision in the lease. And it might say something like the landlord has to give 48-hour notice, for example. Again, we want to honor the tenant's covenant of quiet enjoyment. The tenant has the right to live there without interference from anybody else, and that includes the landlord, the owner of the property. Other common provisions: how the tenant can use the premises. I think this comes up a little bit more with commercial than it does residential. But are there restrictions on the use? And even in the residential world, are we in an HOA? If so, the tenant's got to follow the covenants. The tenant can't violate zoning. So there may be specific about what the tenant can do with the property. You know, in the commercial world, in a retail center, they may, the owner of the retail center, for example, may only allow one place to sell pizza, one restaurant to sell pizza. So if you already got a pizza joint in that building, another tenant shows up and wants to sell pizza, they may not be able to use it. They may not be able to accept that rent. So the building is going to come with rules, if you will. And in addition to that, there's, like we said, covenant, zoning, all things like that that the tenant has to abide by. Again, coming up more in the commercial world, specifically with industrial leases, warehouses. We have environmental concerns. So if you are an industrial dealing with chemicals, the landlord may want to know, how are you going to dispose of your chemicals? What's the proper disposal of the chemicals, especially with industrial leases? Because if there's a violation for environmental concerns, y'all, they're not contacting the tenant, are they? They're not going to the property management. They're going straight to the owner. The owner is responsible for making sure that all of those chemicals, for example, are being disposed of properly. Leases may address fixtures, residential and commercial. We talked about trade fixtures back in Unit 2. Trade fixtures allows the tenant to install the fixtures to conduct their trade, to conduct their business, and at the end of the tenancy, they can take those fixtures with them. Trade fixtures are personal property of the tenant. Residential fixtures, if it's a fixture, it's a fixture. I know sometimes tenants want to know, can I put in a ceiling fan? Well, that's a discussion between you and your landlord. And the landlord very well may say, oh, you can put it in, but then it becomes a fixture, and at the end of the lease, it stays. Residential and commercial fixtures are totally different. In the commercial world, the landlord may allow for an upfit improvement. It's not uncommon if you're renting commercial space to start with studs. You're starting with the wall, and you can upfit the building, upfit the space to match your needs for your business. So the landlord may say, I'll give you X amount for upfitting improvements. If you go over that X amount, then the tenant would be responsible for it, allowing them to customize their space depending on what their commercial business is. And then leases may also have an assignment or a sublease. Now we're going to talk about both of these in just a second. But remember, we said an assignment, you're transferring all your rights and responsibilities. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. So whether or not a lease can be assigned or sublet has to be spelled out in the lease. So guys, just like any other legally binding agreement, the parties got to agree to, they got to negotiate, they've got to, that mutual agreement, agree to enter into this legally binding document. And pretty much the parties can agree to whatever they want to, as long as it's legal. So this is just a very quick and short list of some other things that we often see in leases. Again, depending, residential is different than commercial, is different than industrial, different than land. They're all dealing with different things. So same thing, property managers. Remember when I told my sales agents to make sure you read the documents that you're working with, be familiar with the documents? Property managers, same goes for you as well. Don't send anything to your owner or tenant without you reading it first. Landlords also often deal with maintaining the property, and there's several different areas of maintenance. One area of maintenance is preventative. If we can keep up with this, then we can prevent it from breaking. If we have preventative maintenance, just day-to-day routine things, then hopefully we're eliminating costly repairs down the road. And it's as simple as changing the furnace filter, for example. Landlords, make sure your tenant's changing that furnace filter every once in a while. Have you guys seen an icky furnace filter? Whew. Yeah, look at my landlord shaking their head, you know. Isn't that a good excuse to get in the front door every once in a while too? Like, hey, in 48 hours, I'm going to come change your furnace filter for you. You're not going to change the furnace filter. You're going to put your eyes on your property. So use that landlord's right to enter sometimes. Yeah, hey, Leanna.
Hey, What's your take on the inspection? Like, you know, most people do 3 months, most people do 6 months.
For the inspection?
Yeah, for the like the inside of the home. Obviously, you have to give them like 24 to 48 hours to make sure, you know, they're ready or whatever.
I'm gonna say it varies from landlord tenant to landlord tenant. It's just how often you want to go in. You want to go in monthly, you want to go in once a year, right? If I go in, I mean, I do mine once a year. So if I go in and I see a mess, I'm probably going to go in next month too, in the month, you know, until I'm satisfied that my tenant's taking care of my unit. So it just varies. It just depends.
Okay.
Okay, I got a question.
Mhm.
So so for I've been in my house in North Carolina now for a year, yay. And so I'm still paying my rent, but I didn't re-sign a lease. Do I have to re-sign a lease?
So it sounds to me like you went from an estate to years to an estate from period to period.
Okay,
You
so I'm
went
month
from
to month.
you're mhm.
The state to period to period. Don't say month to month. That's up top. So okay, state she okay, state to period. Okay, cool. Let me check on that.
Another type of maintenance, stay with me, you guys. Another type of maintenance is corrective. Something has broke and now we have to fix it. As landlords, as property managers, is something going to break? Yes, it's bound to. So corrective maintenance, something is broke. So now we're going to fix it. And then another area of maintenance is just routine maintenance, housekeeping, ground maintenance. You know, there's a difference in being the property manager or being the owner of a single family home versus like an apartment complex. So if you're in an apartment complex, you're probably dealing with landscaping, maintaining the common areas, maintaining the grounds. Somebody's got to clean the pool every once in a while, right? And that's all routine maintenance, just depending on what kind of land we're dealing with here. So yeah, landlords, look at that. If you go in and check it and the furnace filter looks like that, please go in and check it more frequently. Everybody with me? Because this isn't good for your HVAC. Guys, let me tell you this. Always remember, and I get it. I was a tenant once before. The tenant doesn't own the property. They're not going to take as good of care of it as if they owned it. So landlords, one of the best thing you can do, just get your 48-hour notice, poke your head in here every once in a while, make sure the furnace filter doesn't look like that. You know, they may have a leak or something. The tenant may not think to report it to the landlord, or they may not know to report it to the landlord. But if you own this property and you saw this would be of a concern to you, yes? So there is something worth saying, going into and checking the property every once in a while. Because if we can discover these things early, then it's going to be less costly to fix it. But you've got to have that right to enter. Questions? Right along. Let's talk about eviction. We're going to talk about how leases end. And then, of course, we have different types of eviction. We have eviction remedies for the tenant. We also have eviction remedies for the landlord. So both parties have duties and obligations to each other. If they don't do what they promised to do, then we may be dealing with eviction remedies. Before we get to eviction, though, let's talk about how leases end, how leases terminate. And they can end a couple different ways. If we've hit our expiration date, then the lease has ended. We agree, usually with an estate for years going into this, that the lease is good until this date. And at the end of that date, it's over. We can agree to extend it, but otherwise the lease is over. Either party giving each other proper notice is defined in the lease. So again, if you're on a month to month, we're going to keep going on that month to month. If you pay, you stay. And we're going to keep going on that month to month until one of us gives each other notice, until one of us ends it. Surrender and acceptance could end the lease if the landlord loses the property, for example. The courts can still take a lease property, foreclosure, adverse possession, eminent domain. Today, there are rules in place to protect the tenant. An example, if the landlord loses the property by court order, court law, then they got to give the tenant a 90-day notice. That wasn't always the case. We've talked about the housing market crash. That rule came to be as a result of the housing market crash. Foreclosures and short sales were everywhere. And if the landlord knew they were losing their property to foreclosure, do you think they were telling their tenant? And unfortunately, during that time, like tenants were coming home from work and seeing the eviction notice on the door. Could you imagine? So as a direct result of all the evictions, today we have protection for the tenant. Leases can also end by abandonment. If the tenant leaves, you know, sometimes they skip out in the middle of the night, right? So if the tenant does that, they have abandoned the property. Remember, if you stay, you pay. But if you're not there, you don't have to pay. If the tenant skips out in the middle of the night, there's still time left on the lease. As soon as the landlord finds out that the tenant has abandoned the property, they're going to take their stuff. And sometimes, y'all, they take other stuff too. They're good sometimes taking kitchen counters, the commodes. I mean, whatever they can get their hands on. When they go, they take it all, right? Let's roll up this carpet and take it with me. Sometimes when they go, they take it all. So the landlord discovers that the tenant has abandoned the property. The landlord still has a security deposit. And even with abandonment, they're still not entitled to the whole amount. So even with abandonment, now the landlord needs to fix the remedy or fix the problem, fix the unit to get it rented again and get a new tenant in there as soon as possible. The landlord can't say, there's 6 months left on the lease, so I'm not going to do anything, and then I'm going to go after the tenant for that back rent. The landlord's got to be in motion to find a new tenant and then only charge that tenant what they actually, that difference. If the tenant skips out in the middle of the night, you may not know where they went, right? So now we don't know how to refund that security deposit, which means we might have attorneys involved now. Because the Tenant Security Deposit Act is still the Tenant Security Deposit Act, regardless if the tenant honors their lease or doesn't. Merger, if the tenant buys the property, that would terminate the lease. They're no longer the tenant, they're now the owner. Destruction of the property, if the house burns down, hopefully the landlord has homeowner's insurance and the tenant has renter's insurance. Or condemnation, if the landlord loses the property through eminent domain, the property has been condemned. And again, we have laws in place to protect the tenant today, 90-day notice. Does the lease terminate upon the sale? The landlord decides to sell the property to somebody else. Does that automatically terminate the lease? No, not in North Carolina. You buy honoring the existing lease, valid lease. It's got to be a valid lease. Hopefully, you know when you're showing the property, before you show the property that's tenant occupied, hopefully. So you can have these conversations with your buyers. There's a valid existing lease. If you buy this property, you won't be able to move in and use it as your personal home until this lease has expired. And tenants don't care as much as homeowners. I know there was one, y'all, I swear we walked in the front door and the tenant ran out the back door, left a cigarette burning in the ashtray in the kitchen and everything. I swear they took off out the back door. Y'all ready for my best one? This is worth mentioning. I was showing property. It was a Sunday morning. It was like 9:30, 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And we went in the home, the tenant occupied home. And I smelled smells that I haven't smelled since college. 9:30 on a Sunday morning. I was like, I hear you. My buyers took 3 steps inside and said, we're done. And deep down inside of me, I went, oh, thank God, because I didn't want to get involved with that. Dealing with tenants, they don't care like homeowners do. And I fear sometimes the homeowner doesn't tell them. The new owner has to honor the lease. So tenants get very, they can get possessive thinking they're going to get kicked out of their home. So it's worth that communication, right? It's worth the tenant and the landlord having a relationship that they can discuss these things so the tenant doesn't have anything to worry about. Sunday morning, like, all right, whatever rocks your world, you know? What about upon death? If either party dies, what do we say about contracts and agreements? Death of either party is not going to terminate the lease. Remember, the lease is just a contract. Unless it's specifically stated upon the death of other parties. It's kind of like your exams, unless you're told otherwise in the lease. All right, let's talk about each party's eviction remedies. So the tenant has eviction remedies for the landlord has eviction remedies for the tenant. The landlord's eviction remedy, let me rephrase that. The landlord's only legal eviction remedy is called summary ejectment, also known as actual eviction. And in the event that the tenant does not maintain the dwelling, fails to pay rent, the landlord's only remedy is summary ejectment, which means the landlord has to go to small claims court. They got to go to a magistrate to get the tenant out. And y'all heard me, right? It's their only legal remedy covered under the act. So the tenant stops paying rent or they fail to maintain the unit. And the only thing that the landlord can do is take them to small claims court. As we can imagine, this is timely, this is costly. Landlords, this is just your cost of doing business. I have an acquaintance and she works for one of those like really large apartment complexes. And part of her job, one day every month, is spent down at the courthouse dealing with their summary ejectments. One day every month, she looks forward to spending the day at the courthouse. Seems like a long day to me. She said sometimes they'll have 4 or 5, sometimes they may have 12. It just depends on how much rent they can't collect. One thing the landlord cannot do, the landlord cannot do self-help eviction. Self-help eviction is when the landlord moves the tenant's stuff out in the front yard. Self-help eviction is when the landlord shows up and changes the locks and doesn't give tenant access. Self-help is when the landlord shows up with a shotgun and says, get off my property. The landlord cannot do self-help eviction. The only legal remedy is summary ejectment. In addition to provide fit and habitable conditions, the landlord also has this idea, the common law of negligence, which means if the tenant hurts themselves on the property, maybe that back patio fell off when they stepped outside, for example. Law of negligence says that the landlord is responsible for maintaining the common areas, the outside areas. So if the landlord fails to provide this implied law of negligence, or if the landlord fails to provide fit and habitable conditions, the tenant's remedy is called constructive eviction. And with constructive eviction, the tenant files a complaint, says my heater broke, there's mold, I got a leak in the ceiling, whatever it is. The tenant files a complaint. They have to give the landlord reasonable amount of time to get it corrected. And if they have filed the complaint multiple times and they've given the landlord reasonable time to get it fixed, and the landlord hasn't budged, they haven't responded to any of the calls or emails, they haven't done anything, within a reasonable amount of time, the tenant can evict themselves, which means the tenant can move out. But remember, if you stay, you pay. The tenant cannot withhold rent until it's fixed. Because remember, if you pay, if you stay, you pay. So the tenant cannot withhold rent until it's fixed. This is the area that I fear that the tenants don't know their rights. Tenants need to document those times that they reached out to the landlord. They need to document those conversations via email or text. Because if the tenant moves out because of the landlord not providing fit and habitable conditions, there's a good chance that this could wind up in front of a judge. And what I want is the tenant to have their proof. I reached out to them 4 times over this matter, for example, and they didn't get back. And again, the tenant needs to be reasonable. How many of you suffered, went through that hailstorm, 2-3 weeks ago? Greensboro area, Brown Summit, even down here in Archdale. I just had a roofer and an insurance adjuster here this morning looking at getting me the cost of a new roof from that hail storm we had 3 weeks ago. Lots of people in the area had roof damage because of that hailstorm. So let's say you're the tenant, and after that hailstorm, you start noticing a leak in the roof. You call the landlord. You got to give the landlord time to call their roofer, schedule them to come out and look at it, right? The landlord probably won't be able to hop in the car and run right over here. And that's where we say the tenant needs to give them reasonable amount of time to address it, to look into it. Constructive eviction is going to come into place when the tenant can't get any response whatsoever. Or if the response is something like, oh, that's too bad, you need to take care of that. These are the kind of things that give the tenant the right for constructive eviction. And in a sense, they're just evicting themselves. They're moving themselves out. So you're a tenant, the heater breaks, we got a leak. Can the tenant fix that themselves? The landlord says, oh, you can just address it. You can take care of that. Now deduct it from rent. According to the Residential Rental Agreement Act, no. All they can do is request that the owner, because that is the landlord's #1 responsibility. Failure to do that may allow the tenant to evict themselves, constructive eviction. So what can the tenant not do? under the act, they're not doing it yourself. They're not using the rent to make repairs. They're not withholding rent until it's repaired. You stay, you pay. Even if there's repairs that needed, if you don't pay, then the landlord could do summary ejectment. So if you stay, you pay. If you pay, you get to stay. Questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can the landlord refuse your money because you're having so much, or because you're calling them so much, or having all this going on and they just don't want to fix it?
So part of that agreement, if we're on a month-to-month, Sherry, part of that agreement is I pay and you accept. So if you refuse to accept my payment, then I did not pay. We might end up in court over this, but if you refuse to accept my payment, I didn't pay. That means I don't get to stay. Yeah, Ebony.
Sorry. That I think that happened to me one time, but I was living in these apartments in Charlotte, and they kept repainting the mold, and like especially in my living room, and they just kept repainting it. So I kept asking them like, this is not going to work for me, and they just let me move out and break my lease, like because I guess they didn't want to fix it, and
They didn't want to
but
deal with it.
yeah, they
And
didn't
so
want to.
you guys mutually agreed to
Yeah.
get out of the lease. You all mutually agreed to do that. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. So again, with our specifically with our residential lease, the question is, are they assignable? So real quick, if you assign a lease with an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties, excuse me, one of the parties. So if you sign your lease to another tenant, for example, then they are going to be responsible for your terms, whatever the length of the tenancy is, the rent, when it's due, all that. And whether or not leases can be assigned have to be spelled out in the lease. So leases are either going to say, yes, this is assignable. No, it is not. There's no right or wrong there. It's just what the parties agree to in the lease. With a sublet, the one walking away, the one doing the subletting, is still maintaining some liability. They still have some kind of dog in this fight, if you will. So if it is sublet, all the terms are going to stay the same. We're going to just change the name of one of the parties. But party number one is still liable if the sublet doesn't pay rent. You're still on the hook. You're still liable. So with an assignment, you're giving it all over. With a sublet, you're still maintaining that liability. It's like a secondary agreement. And again, does this lease allow for a sublet? Does this lease allow to be assigned? And the answer to both of those questions is it should be spelled out in the lease. So everything we've been talking about thus far is the landlord-tenant relationship. I don't care if you got a property manager involved or not. Everything we've been talking about, the Residential Rental Agreement Act, the Tenant Security Deposit Act, constructive eviction, summary ejectment, all that is the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. So now let's bring, oh, not yet. I got one more thing to talk about. Sorry, I got all excited. All right. We'll talk about the property manager on Thursday, but in the meantime, let's talk real quick about the North Carolina Vacation Rental Act. The North Carolina Vacation Rental Act addresses the rental of properties that are used as vacation homes. So think about like the beach condo or the beach house, the mountain cabin, right? Any of these vacation properties. So under the act, a vacation rental is defined as one that's rented for less than 90 days. And it's for vacation purposes. You're not going there for business, to conduct business. You're going to the beach. Wow, for 89 days. Wouldn't that be awesome? So the Vacation Rental Act is short-term leases for vacation purposes. And the parties' obligations under the Residential or the Vacation Rental Act are similar. Landlord has to provide fit and habitable conditions, tenants responsible for damage of the property. There's usually a deposit involved. That's got to be some or all returned to the tenant at the end of the tenancy. Landlords or owners of a vacation property are required to keep those security deposits in a trust account, whether you're licensed or not. Security deposit is in a trust account. We are finally going to get to the trust account on Thursday. And another thing that often comes up with vacation properties are holdover tenants. Actual picture of me on the day we have to leave the beach. I don't want to go. I do not want to go. I think I'm going to retire at the beach one day. That's where I need to be. But I got this holdover tenant. Under the Vacation Act, the landlord might be able to do an expedited eviction. They might be able to have their case heard by a magistrate, hopefully within the next day or so. And once the magistrate hears the case, then they can evict that holdover tenant. But even in a vacation property, the landlord can't kick them out. They can't do self-help. Their only remedy is summary ejectment. But at least with vacation properties, the landlord could do an expedited eviction. Hopefully, again, get in front of a magistrate within the next day or so to get that vacation tenant out. The other thing to know about the vacation rental property is if that vacation home is sold, the new owner has to, the new owner has to honor existing leases for the next 180 days. So any reservations in the book under the Vacation Rental Act, they need to honor those reservations within the next 180 days. Questions? Okay. Thursday, we start talking about the property management. I got so excited a few minutes ago thinking we are going to start about the property manager, but we didn't. So Thursday, we're going to start. I'm on page 184. We're going to start talking about the property manager and what their role is, what the broker's role is. If the landlord chooses to hire a property manager, that's up to them. Also on Thursday, we're going to finish out Unit 13. Remember, you guys, most of 15 is a review. So I encourage you to utilize Unit 15 as a review. With that being said, there are some things in 15 that are new. So once we do 13, we're going to hit those new things in 15. We're going to hit the highlights of 9, 12, and 14, those units that we skipped, hitting the highlights. We're going to talk about safety, and then we're going to talk about your exam on the 15th and the 16th. If you can't be here on Thursday, I need you to watch the recording so we are all on the same page for exam day. Fair enough? So we'll talk about that, what to expect after the exam, all that good stuff. And that's that. Do I have questions? That's what I got. Y'all have a good day. Have a good day tomorrow. We'll do it one more time on Thursday.
See you out there.